Hello, hello, hello. Oops, wrong button. I keep doing that. There we go. Should be the last puzzle piece. Yeah, so, I don't know, Zeiss. That's certainly not some manipulative bastard making the true exchange. I'm curious what you think's going on with that, by the way. Like, I really am. Yeah, so, I need these items called bright gems. It was the exact same problem I had last time I was playing this game. I need bright gems. And, so I've been wandering around trying to kill the enemy that drops bright gems. And you might be like, oh, enemy, singular. So therefore I am automatically going to assume that when you say enemy, Arsh, you mean there's one type of enemy. And while that is technically true, what I am actually meaning is enemy, singular. There is actually one spawn samurai. Just the one. There is one aerial knocker in Twilight Town 1. One. Right here. This is the only one. And he dropped nothing. Back we go. I just want to mention this because, once again, this is me. Yeah, I was mistaken. I apparently was seeing 2 out of the 1. Anyways, I mentioned this because I want to once again rehash the bad design here in the crafting system. Because this is bad design. I'm sorry. It is. There's another thing that's bad design too, and that's the 3-step thing. Now, you might be like, what's the 3-step thing? Well, this is the 3-step thing right here. In order to respawn mobs, you have to do one of 3 things. You have to die, which I don't feel like turning off everyone's used potion abilities. I tried dying initially, and Goofy's like, no! No, I've still got potions! And I'm like, okay. There are 3 zones away, or I'm saying that wrong. 3, it is the 3rd zone you go to in order to respawn. Or am I still saying that wrong? Point is, it is 3. It is as far as I just went. What I just went is the minimum amount of distance I have to go. I've just been testing this just now. You have to go that far away in order to respawn them. And back we go. Like, if I just go as far as the Central Pridelands, doesn't work. If I just go as far as the other direction, which would actually be a lot quicker, doesn't work. I have to go that final zone line in order to make them respawn. I mention this because they have fixed both of these problems in Birth by Sleep. In Birth by Sleep, there are no crafting bottlenecks. You can pretty much get all of this stuff literally from the moment you reach what's it called? Something I can think of it. From the moment you reach Radiant Garden, you now have, as of that point, have access to every single thing to be crafted in the game. It might take some time, it may take some effort, but bam, that's it. Everything is unlocked, and they don't hamper you by having only one mob drop a certain type of item. Now, of course, initially you only have one type of mob, but there's like 8 of them in a single room. So, yeah. The other thing they do, and of course that's not counting doing the minigame stuff, which you can do to get that access to those things even sooner, which I will not be doing. I usually just blitz straight for Radiant Garden, and then use that method. That's my normal method there. But yeah, they fixed the drop rate problem. They fixed the respawn problem too. In Birth by Sleep, you don't have to go 3 rooms away in order to respawn enemies. I don't remember if you have to go 1 or 2 rooms away in Birth by Sleep, but basically respawning enemies is much, much easier. It's, in fact, one of my favorite grind spots, and the place where I will be maxing out any character that I actually max out, as long as they're Terra or Ventus, is in Cinderella. You can literally do a loop of this one area and basically get a infinite amount of enemy spawns. It'll never actually... Yeah, I thought it was just 1 room, but I couldn't remember exactly. I didn't want to speak if I wasn't sure. But yeah, So this right here, this is what I mean by the bad design. I remember I was paused to talk about crafting back in Beauty and the Beast, and I had a viewer yell at me for the fact that I wasn't playing the game. This is what I'm referring to. This is bad design right here. So, we're going to stop doing this. I just really wanted to emphasize for you guys and really showcase what I meant with this. This is a bottleneck. Now, I know, there's going to be more of them later on, but that's still stupid design in my opinion. But that's for a different reason. I've talked about that 100 billion times. The idea of you just have to get to the end game in order to be able to access all the things. I don't like that. I never have. I never will. Sorry. As a gamer and a designer, I don't think you should lock content behind the end game. Yeah, Neo Shadows are not... I'm not worried about Neo Shadows. So... let's continue with the plot, shall we? Oh, by the way, you might be wondering, well, how many Bright Gems have you gotten since you've been grinding this? That's with a Lucky Lucky equipped as well. Just one, but still. Quest for Glory. I don't remember. The name doesn't sound familiar. I might have. Crafting Hearts. Might as well be Crafting Hearts. They did that with 1.5 as well. Yeah, exactly, Takoda. I've never agreed with that mentality, ever. The game I like to point to that usually I think of as the worst game as far as the endgame mentality thing is FF7. I love that game, but really? There's so much you can't get until the end game. And there's so much of the really good stuff is in the last dungeon. But yeah, no, we're gonna get story stuff. We'll do Winnie the Pooh later. If it's a point-and-click adventure, there's actually a pretty good chance I have not played it. I was never really into that genre. Yeah, exactly. Samurai.
Help! The Sandlot! It's Cypher! Somebody please help us!
Vivi? Yeah.
Sounds like we've got trouble.
No, we have not actually gone to Tron yet, Cat. So fear not. Now, I will say, in my opinion, there are two ways to deal with the endgame thing that we just talked about. Method number one is actually very simple and easy. New Game Plus. Bam. Just, you know, that's it. It's solved. The problem is solved. I don't mind the fact that you can't get all the good stuff in Chrono Trigger until you do the post-game, you know, the end game stuff and go through the Black Omen, because, hey, guess what? I'll get all that stuff on my next playthrough and actually be able to enjoy it and you know, have use for it and whatnot. The second method is to just not put all the good stuff at the end of the frickin' game. Now, in fairness, that method takes a lot more work and effort as far as the design and really planning out where you want to put what. But I have seen a couple of games do that. I'm actually trying to think of a good example off the top of my head. And it's been worth it. I think Secret of Mana is actually a pretty good example of a game that does that, as weird as that sounds. Although you could argue against that, because all the best gear in the game is either purchasable from the last vendor or is found in the last dungeon, so I suppose that's a little bit of a weird situation there. Whoops, wrong way. Another Hunter, so we've got the no music counter, the Sora's dumb counter, the Sora Donald Goofy counter, and the donation incentive thing, which is still live. You guys could still donate to make us stop singing. You have the power to end this! But that's for me singing the remainder of the songs that remain, which at this point is 3 songs, because we've still got Under the Sea, Ursula's Revenge, and... Actually, it wouldn't be too hard to convert it to PC as far as controls. Basically, just use the Assassin's Creed controls from you know, one of the later Assassin's Creeds where they actually started making the PC ports work, and I think it would work just fine. Don't you dare, Final Cloud. Damn it, Azerate. I knew it, you just wanted me to suffer. Guess I can't reach that yet. I'll probably see Apocalypse. I've been watching the X-Men movies since they came out, even the bad ones. I'll be watching Deadpool as well. Guys, by the way, the Deadpool movie is finally coming out in like 2 months now. Isn't that incredible? Yes, I will be getting Final Form Pandemonium. I mean, it's kind of an incidental thing. I have no great plans to use Final Form, but I will be getting it. Since we're doing the optional stuff, there's going to be a lot of endgame grinding, one way or the other. So, I mean, I might as well get Final Form while I'm there. Oh, that's true. I actually needed to go through the Cavern of Remembrance. Didn't think about that. So, yeah. The mushroom isn't there yet. So, I almost made this jump work. I mean, literally coming within pixels of this thing. Obviously, I don't have high enough anything to do that right now. But, yeah. Yeah, right, Z1 Joker. No. Anyways, Cougar, I gotta be honest, and I know this sounds really weird. Oh my god, Zeiss has donated against. Thank you, Zeiss. As much as that sounds weird, the latest trailer for BVS, for Bats vs. Soups, has actually made me more positively inclined towards it than I already have been. I'm still not at a net positive, but my opinion went up, not down. Oh my god, Chaosbringer, it's true! Actually, has anyone been paying attention to the latest Half-Life 3 rumor? I gotta say the latest, because there's always Half-Life 3 rumors. I mean, really. There's been Half-Life 3 rumors since Half-Life 2 Episode 1 came out. Well, then I'm afraid it's not happening, Z1 Joker. Because I don't give out my email, like, for any reason. Well, unfortunately, as AOJ points out, the latest rumor was debunked as a fake, which is a bit of a shame. See, there was a leak of which games were going to be coming onto Steam in the next, few days and weeks, because you can do that. You can look for which games are going live in Steam, and it included quite a few games that we were pretty sure were coming out, and indeed several which have come out. Including FF6, to use one example right off the top of my head. And yeah, basically someone created an entry for Half-Life 3 in there. So, non-legitimate. I mention it because I have this weird question for you guys. Who out there still cares? I know that sounds callous, but I mean, really. As of this point in time, who actually still cares about Half-Life 3? This is my favorite attack of the Berserkers. Just kind of showcases how morphic the nobodies really are. This massive gummy guy shrinks to ridiculously small size, and then starts smashing the hell out of you with his hammer. I've actually heard some people theorize that the nobody is not actually that person there, but is in fact the hammer. Yes, I know it could be considered an axe or a greatsword, whatever. So this is just easy mode. I gotta be honest, I'm actually thinking about doing Psyx without using reaction commands. Because this is a little silly. Yeah, that should have killed me if I wasn't playing on beginner. See, I'm not even in that particular state, Fatspeak. I mean, I'd play it, I'd even buy it, but yeah. At this point, no.
Impressive.
Oh, Psyx. This is how you do a emotionless voice.
Have you seen a man named Axel? I expect he's here somewhere.
Like I care.
You see, Axel's no longer acting in our best interest.
Is he with the organization too?
Yes.
You having a fight?
Not a very organized organization.
Don't let your guard down. Axel will stop at nothing to turn you into a heartless.
Gee, thanks for looking out for us, mister. But I'm sure we can take care of ourselves just fine.
Glad to hear it. Axel aside, it would break our hearts to hear something happen to you.
Hearts? You don't have any hearts.
True, we don't have hearts. But we remember what it was like.
Notice the recusant right here, by the way. Ah! Okay, wasn't ready for that. Alright, full games. Quest for Glory. Yeah, I don't think I've actually played this one. Excuse me. Thank you, The One Joker, for the game. So, yeah, a couple things. The scar is not self-inflicted, no. That is basically him being branded. He is, for all intents and purposes, the only person amongst the organization members who has that branding on him. That is a sigil that Xehanort puts on those who he has marked, for all intents and purposes. Partially because of the issues with the Xemnas Terra thing. But also partially because it's a good way to mark the members of the new organization. And there is some power in the sigil, which basically is indicative of the Chi symbol, the Greek letter Chi, or Chi if you prefer, in order to be able to keep track of someone. So, actually, Pandemonium, I'll talk about that later, but personally, I think the problem is Psyx does actually begin to generate a heart, and part of the problem is that heart is in conflict with the infusion situation, but we'll talk more about that later. Anyways, it is also worth noting that this is Psyx telling completely the truth here.
That's what makes us special.
What do you mean?
We know very well how to injure our
Also, Psyx is the other really bad texture versus
Sora,
mesh
you
face.
just keep on fighting those heartless.
Also,
Let's
notice
jump in
he's got
after
the
him.
eyes.
How come?
I'm not sure, but maybe he'll lead us to the organization's world.
Don't be reckless. Do you want to end up like Riku?
What? Hey! Wait! What did he mean, end up like Riku?
Hey, how about you get out of my town now? You've caused enough trouble.
Riku.
Have it your way.
Yes, he does,
Come on,
Nicholas.
guys.
Hold it.
Make up your mind.
This goes to the strongest guy in Twilight Town.
Oh my god, that freaking
Thanks,
face.
but we don't really need it.
Sora's dumb.
Whoa!
I actually mentioned a theory about that already, Samurai. I'm guessing you weren't here for that. My idea is,
Sora!
if you are conquered by darkness or consumed by
Eds,
darkness,
right?
that's
Do you
what
know a
causes
girl
the
named
eyes to go that
Kyrie?
way.
Kyrie?
If you
I sure
willingly
do.
give yourself to
You better come
darkness,
to the
if you
station.
willingly submit to darkness, then it doesn't happen. That also would explain why Diz's eyes aren't quite the amber thing. He partially gave in to darkness, but for the most part, and he partially was conquered by darkness, hence the deeper orange-red thing. And of course, Riku is an obvious situation there. And yes, if that theory is correct, that means Xehanort did not actually give himself to the darkness. It meant he was conquered by it. And given what we know about how he came into the darkness, I think that's absolutely true. I think that is what happened. Hey, Nerazos. I don't know, Prog. I think that picture's pretty much perfect for the Sora's Dome. Whoops, I'm in the wrong location. Considering they have done it consistently to Koida, I doubt it. Exactly, Samurai. Actually, I think he would know, in all honesty. He doesn't do a bad job of the role. And I think the guy who plays Squall in this game, specifically, and in Dissidia, would do a pretty good job of it, too. Of Squall's voice, I mean, in FF8. Not the guy from Kingdom Hearts 1.
Hey!
What?
Hey, so how do you guys know Kyrie?
That's correct, Nicholas.
Kyrie was really here?
I'll point that out,
Yeah.
too.
And she said she was looking for you.
Tell me where she is.
Well,
What a romantic story.
If you stick around, Sora's bound to show up.
yeah, he said he's coming back.
Okay.
What took you so long, Kyrie?
Oh, crap.
Somehow, I just knew you'd be here. I tell you, Kyrie, you've got a lot of guts jumping right into the darkness like that.
I love this. I absolutely love how he doesn't even fight back or do anything. He's just, yep, nope. Doesn't even slow down.
Let go of me. Let go.
It does liberate it, absolutely. The first half of the game is very much that whole, yay, we're still on an adventure. And then the latter half of the game is very much, oh god, things are very serious and real all of a sudden. And I already mentioned, you know, Sora's self-denial of, no, we're still on an adventure, damn it. No, I think Pluto's a dog. I mean that pretty literally.
Kyrie.
I think that's pretty much where they're going with that
You
one.
think it might have been Axel?
Sorry.
Hey, it's not your fault. Come on, cheer up.
Pluto is Gilgamesh.
Say that. I gotta help Kyrie.
Careful there, buddy.
That was close.
Plato. That's so surprisingly accurate, too. My point, Final Cloud, is that there's no complexity to Pluto. He really is just a dog. And he's like, oh, there's a thing! Go!
Sora?
Sora, are you okay?
Huh? What?
I do also like how the more time we spend in Twilight Town, the more Roxas kind of wakes up a bit. Remember, Roxas isn't actually remerged into Sora. He's basically trapped inside of Sora's heart, locked in there artificially. And as the course of the game goes, Roxas will basically be waking up more and more and more until he finally has the ability to actually manifest within Sora in that awesome scene in The World That Never Was. You know, I'd actually like that, Dragoon. Oh, by the way, no music for this scene, as for the usual reasons. Hey, Sledged. You have missed Axel being awesome.
What just happened? A new road is open.
And Syx.
And Kairi and Riku are waiting somewhere along it.
You'd better hurry then.
You coming back?
Promise.
Yep, we gotta do all those minigames for Jiminy's journal. So, yeah. Also, Oathkeeper, woo, and Limit Form, woo. So, yeah, the fact that we get to fight Roxas instead of the cutscene, I mean, we get the cutscene as well, but, oh, man. No, the no music was for the not for the scene before it. That's why there's only one no music.
I passed on the message as you so desired. I told the young Sora to keep defeating the Heartless.
Good. Not only have you the power to inflict pain, you also have the power to plant seeds of doubt in one's receptive heart.
God, that is so terrible. That is Xemnas telling Syx about planting seeds of doubt in someone's heart. Think about that for a minute.
Sora will
yes,
soon
liberated.
begin to doubt himself. It will cause him to hesitate. And that hesitation will turn to anger. That anger will fuel him to get rid of his apprehension and move forward. He will pave the way for the future we desire.
There's something I've meant to ask.
About Axel, the poor fool. How long will he keep chasing the illusion of friendship when he himself lacks emotion, trying so hard to retrieve what he has lost when it may never have existed in the first place?
Note the horribly manipulative way he phrases that sentence. He is implying that Axel naturally has no heart and is just blindly struggling to find some meaning in his existence. And yet he's not actually lying. He's not actually saying that. He is saying it in a way that Syx assumes that's what he's saying based on his statement. It may have never existed in the first place. Yes, that's true. It may have never existed in the first place, but Xemnas is more than well aware that there was an existence in the first place. And now, of course, he did flat out lie with the emotion thing, which is the other thing Xemnas likes to do. Like, if you were to picture it as a graph here, let's see if I can straighten this out to the camera, there we go. There's a graph, and like this one part right here, like this one little nick, this is the lie. The rest of this is all true, and then he just slips a lie in there that completely changes the meaning of the rest of it. It's just, God.
He deserves nothing more than our pity.
No, Lava Dude, sorry. We're not there yet. We're not at the halfway point yet. God, Xemnas. You bastard.
The king, Riku, and now I've lost Kairi again, too.
Don't be sad.
Otto's right, you know. Why, you're the key that connects everything.
So it's all my fault.
Yes!
Gorge, I didn't mean that. Just do what comes natural to you, and we're sure to find them.
You shut up.
Bumble about blindly. Got it! Okay, okay.
No! Hollow Bastion! It's all covered in darkness!
Dun, dun, dun.
You're right, Chipper. I wonder what's going on.
But before we do that,
We better hurry and check it out!
we're actually going to do a little bit of grinding before we get to this section, okay, guys? Sorry. So, this would be a great time for Q&A. Let's see. Other than the battle for Sora's Heart, Dragoon? I'm not sure about the Lonely Heart, though. Actually, if the Mushroom 13 isn't here, then I actually can't grind like I want to. Oh, he's there. Hello, Lexius. Okay, so I want to get this out there really quick, okay? I've heard a lot of people really twist around trying to come up with a theory for who and what exactly the Mushroom 13 are, okay? You ready for my crazy, insane, bizarre, psychotic theory? Oh, damn it. Bull crap. Yeah. Okay, fine. My big theory is that they're just here for gameplay, that there's literally zero lore significance whatsoever to the Mushroom 13. Check something real quick. That's what I thought.
Let's go.
No, I have not, such a one joker. I'm grinding. Extremely unlikely, Lord of the Flame. Especially since, in several cases, we know that certain people are reconstituted. Like, for example, Xehanort, Vexen, and Lexius are all reconstituted into their original selves, but in order for that reconstitution to happen, the original being has to die, or excuse me, the Heartless has to die before the Nobody dies. And these Heartless are not even encountered until Kingdom Hearts 2, over a year after their Nobody died. Ergo, these can't actually be their Heartless. So you're looking at my method of grinding up both Valor and Limit Form right there. Thanks, Zeiss. Every time I look at that, I get a little overwhelmed. I'm like, you know what? I don't have the mind for this right now. And I walk back away. I have had one anti-form so far. Anti-form totally screws up this leveling method. Like, badly. Fortunately, Lexius is actually a really good place to... Lexius is Heartless. Is a really good place to... the Lexius Mushroom, excuse me. Is a good place to raise up Drive Form again. Yes, we are flat out grinding. Just for a little bit. We don't have to do too much. We have to grind up 2 more levels of stuff. Yeah, that's true as well, Samurai.
Let's go.
You know, I get that. I've already had that question like 3 times, Regal. Basically, it is Sora being consumed by the darkness that is in his heart due to his instability. That's just the easy answer, without going into total detail. By the way, this is one of the only mushrooms I didn't actually beat when I played this game last. Mainly because I didn't grind or level or anything. I basically hit level, I think, like 40, and that was as high as I got. It's always the Kingdom Key, Shadow. It's just manifesting differently. Yes, I know, Samurai. I'm just not in a hurry for that. Although, actually, I might have time to do it now. Nope! I wasted too much time. Time to go. Lol. Nice. The mere fact that this trick that I'm doing right now exists makes me wish that there was another way to, like, restore drive form. I don't know. Like I've said, I've always felt drive form is just a little bit too useless in actual functionality. That's just my opinion. But, yeah, it's like, okay. It reminds me of, well, actually, that's not true. So say, it reminds me of limit breaks in FF7, except not really, because there are plenty of ways to make limit breaks relatively useful in FF7, other than just for bosses and whatnot. So I don't know, it just, other than stocking a ton of drive recoveries, I've always felt that, that forms are just a little bit too, eh. Yeah, exactly, samurai.
Give me strength. Yeah. Back off.
Anyways, Shadow, I'm sorry, I didn't really give you the full answer, because I actually already answered that question. I try not to repeat myself too much. Because I talked about this back in Kingdom Hearts 1. The idea here is that the Keyblade is just your heart manifested, right? Sora is someone who can actually connect one heart to another. In fact, if you'll notice, there's an interesting thing that is mostly a gameplay thing, but actually makes sense in lore as well. Anytime anyone else picks up the Keyblade from Sora, it reverts to its original Keyblade form, just the Kingdom Key. However, anytime Sora takes it back, even in the same cutscene, it reverts to whatever Keyblade you actually had equipped at the time. Which is, again, indicative because the Keyblade is literally changing shape based on the connections that you are making, based on your heart, and the way that it has altered. Based on you know, people or worlds or concepts or whatever. Basically, Takoida, in any setting where the opposite side has enough tactical acumen, a pure summoner class is never going to work because anyone will just target the summoner, and the summoner has no real ability to actually to protect themselves other than their summon. So you either make the summons stronger than you really want to, which unbalances them, or the summoner is just weaker because of that. The general's... No, I don't remember his name off the top of my head, Zeiss. I actually have a list of names here. Like, literally, I just have a Google document of that. So if you give me a minute here, I'll just pull it up. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Should be towards the end. Let's see. Agent, Morrowind, Mana, Sanathal. Tolar of Anvilmar is his name, Zeiss. T-O-L-L-A-R. Actually, yeah, Dragoon, that's a very, very apt comparison.
Light.
Yeah, exactly, Takoida. Pokemon games are fully summoner games. It's actually one of the things I like about the gameplay of the Pokemon games. However, as you point out, the person wielding the Pokemon is never in actual danger. So...
Yeah. Back off. Yeah. Back off. Back off. Yeah. Back off.
That's a matter of opinion, Dragoon.
Yeah. It's over.
Anyways, it is also worth noting that it's very difficult to balance a pure summoner class, because you have to keep in mind the fact that they are, like, if you remove... Basically, you've got a lot of options for trying to balance it out. You can make their summons stronger than other people, limit their usage, but then you've got a class who is completely useless anytime they don't have their summon out. You could weaken their summons so they're actually weaker than a normal person, but make them commonplace, but at that point you're effectively playing someone who is actually weaker than another class, and so forth and so on. I am grinding, Fallout Bear. And yes, I use that term specifically. Grinding. This is not fun. But I need to get this out of the way over with, so... Most games that have summoners, they are not full summoners. You know, Rydia was not a full summoner. Yuna was not a full summoner. I'm trying to think of an example that's not Final Fantasy related, but whatever, you get the idea. Well, see, I've actually come up with one way to balance a pure summoner class, and it's kind of cheating, but it worked pretty well. Basically, for all intents and purposes, functionally, instead of being a summoner... I am amazed we haven't anti-farmed yet. Instead of being a summoner, you are effectively a polymorpher. In other words, rather than summoning a separate creature from yourself, you are effectively turning into the creature, which gets rid of several of the balance problems, because at that point there's no other target, and they have all of that power in and on themselves, and... yeah, it also gives them flexibility. In other words, a single person can be a fighter, or a mage, or a support, or whatever, based on whatever they summon.
Take this. Yeah. It's over.
My target is to finish out my forms for the moment, OJ. I want Valor form and I want Limit form finished out before I go do the Hull of Bastion segment. I don't care too much about the Wisdom form. I don't actually want to grind that out right now. But I do want to grind out the other two, and the other two are ground out in this exact spot, on this exact boss, so... There's one other way I've seen a pure summoner work, and it's not actually a pure summoner, so I shouldn't say that. And that is basically to make a summoner, you summon, and the summons are weaker, but commonly available. However, the actual summoner actually has lots and lots of buffs. And in some cases, those buffs can affect anyone, so they're useful even if they don't have a summon out at the time. And in some cases, their buffs can only affect their summon, in which case they can really basically turn their summon into a hyper-specialized creature. Specific to the exact moment. So effectively, in that case, you really only summon one creature, but that one creature or entity or whatever can be customized on the fly with the expensive mana to fit a specific situation. Yes, I know I have to do the cavern. No. I have to do the cavern anyways to reach the data battles. There we go. Might have enough time to get this. Nope, go. I'm actually going to do Kingdom Key up until either it becomes too much of a hassle, or until I get to endgame, because I'm not doing Kingdom Key on the optionals. And yeah, Dragoon, sorry, I'm already running 3 separate parties through Primus. No. I'm not even keeping up with those 3 parties right now, because I don't have time. What's the mushroom that's Larxene, the one you fight at the mansion in Twilight Town? Because that was one of the first mushrooms I actually got. In fact, I think that was actually the first mushroom I got. The cavern is the only place to level Master Form, let's be honest with ourselves. Okay, so yeah, that's maxed. Wait. Go away, Nu. So it took me a while to understand how to level Limit Form. Embarrassingly so, if I'm being honest. Would anyone like to know how you level Limit Form? Oh, I actually didn't make that. Wow! Okay, hang on. I can do this. There we go.
Give me strength.
Is it this one? Yeah. Nope, that's the wrong one. Do I want this one? Yeah, it's this one. No? How the... Damn it! Wait. Whatever. Run! I couldn't remember which hotkey it was. Well, I don't think I even got a single experience point there for Limit Form. Oh, is it triangle I need to mash? I was trying to mash the same button. Like circle, 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 whatever it is. I think it's circle. Hashtag nobodies are people too. Hello, Spirit of Memory. Now this one won't take as long as Valor, most likely. This one actually goes through pretty quickly, especially once you get the ability to do this basically twice. Twice in one run, which we can't do right now. Uh-oh, it went to 0. Okay, we're okay.
Let's go. It's over.
That did not work. What the hell? Okay, we're just gonna go back. Oh yeah, I probably should have equipped Oath Kiefer, but what the hell? Yeah, I haven't gotten a single experience yet. something's really weird there. By the way, note I don't even have accessories equipped yet. I guess I could. We'll do that one. And that one. There we go. See you around, Nether. See, this is funny, because the last time I tried to do this, I had a lot of problems getting this working, too. And nothing like, none of the guides online that I found about how to level Limit Form were in any way indicative. In fact, I did this like 5 times in a row, pretty much just doing the attack, no triangle, and then looked at my thing, I was like, 0 experience. What? Just because, yeah. No lore, Spirit of Memory. Mostly just optional bosses. In fact, entirely optional bosses. So, yeah, that's what I require.
Light. Light.
There we go.
Back off. Give me strength.
Okay, we figured it out.
Back off.
Don't think I have enough time to do this a second time yet. Nah, yeah, I'm not gonna risk that. That would be funny, Regal. That is Limit Form Psychotic. The good news is Limit Form actually levels pretty quickly, relative to the other ones. And it is pretty much mandatory to level it right now, which is why I'm doing it. I should say I think it's mandatory, because I think we can get it to the level where it has Lucky Strike this early. Because we can get it up to level 5, I want to say. Let me double check that. Yep, we can push all the forms to level 5 right now. Wisdom is... yeah, Wisdom's a pain. I hate Wisdom. Absolutely loathe Wisdom. How would a tactics art... you mean you just set an Evilise, Dragoon?
Light. Light. Yeah, take this. Give me strength. Yeah. Back off.
Might be able to get 2 out of this one. Then yes, I would be interested in an RTS game set in Evilise. Wisdom isn't hard to level. It's just incredibly mind-numbingly tedious. Hate it. Oh.
Give me strength. Take this. Right. Yeah, it's over.
Yes, Zeiss. Whoa. Ah! Almost didn't get out in time. Yeah, I hate leveling Wisdom forms so much. It is by far the most boring grinding thing in this entire game in Kingdom Hearts 2, in my opinion. I'm not grinding summons. Screw summons! I don't intend to use a single summon this entire game. I've only ground up summons once ever on my 100% playthrough. I honestly don't even remember how to level summons right now. I don't. I'm assuming it involves summoning them and then something. Maybe kills while summoning? I don't know.
Let's go.
Still crossing my fingers for no anti-form here.
Let's go. Yeah, take this. Right. Yeah. Take this.
I should have 3 per mana bar, not 2. I'm trying to figure out why I only have 2 right now. You're kidding, Samurai. Oh my god, that's terrible. That is so terrible.
It's over. Yeah.
Hey, Shazad.
This is it.
I swear Sonic Blade was 3. That's the whole reason it was recommended, is because it's the cheapest of the abilities. Because Ars Arcanum was clearly not going to be 3. That took out over half of my mana in one cast of Ars Arcanum. Or Arcanum. Maybe there's something that reduces the cost? And I don't have on? Oh well. In fact, I know it was Sonic Blade, or Ray, excuse me, when I was doing this. Yeah, this is where I level Valor as well, Psychotic. I was doing that earlier.
Light.
Hey, Leander.
Light. Yeah. Yeah. Back off. Light. Yeah.
Yeah, why is that taking... I should have, like, a sliver of mana left after doing that, and I don't, and that's really confusing. I mean, I just did this a couple weeks ago.
Give me strength. Yeah. Yeah. This is it. Give me strength. Take this.
That, Psychotic, is what she said. I got enough time for one more.
Right. Yeah. It's over. Yeah. Right. This is it.
Oh shoot! I'm going the wrong way. No! I went the wrong way. I'm out. I ran out of drive form. Damn it! Well, the good news is, this is actually also the best place to raise drive form for me. You can actually kill this guy, yeah. A minigame I will not be doing, by the way, to make that clear. I've only got one right now, Samurai.
It's over.
It kind of does, doesn't it, Leander? You heard it first here, guys. Lexius is a Snorlax.
This is it. It's over. Take this. Yeah.
Ah, that's a good point. I do actually need to kill several of these guys, don't I? If I do that, I'll probably go after Larxene or something. Or one of the other easier ones.
Yeah. Let's go. Right.
Ah!
Give me strength.
Damn it! My hand quite literally slipped off the controller for a second there, and I hit the wrong button. You know, it's funny, Skype. I've heard lots of people disagree on whether it's the... Did I seriously just do that? I've heard a lot of people disagree on whether or not the the Timeless River or the World That Never Was spot is better for leveling Wisdom form. Ultimately, I think they're basically the same when you boil it down. I prefer the Timeless River spot. And there's no big reason for that other than the fact that you get different types of crafting materials there. And you get... it's easier to maintain drive form there. For me, at least. Damn those finals. You guys asked for it, Regal. You guys are getting it. Well, pet classes are interesting. See, from the only downside from any summoning class, pet or otherwise, is entirely about balance. If you're not actually interested in balance, then who gives a damn, right? Because it doesn't matter at that point. It's entirely easy to make a summon-only class or pure summoner class that is super powerful and similar with a pet class. I really like pet classes, personally. But part of that is because the whole point of a pet class is you are basically a fully functional character by yourself, and also, you then have... guys, if you want me to turn off the stream, I will. If you want me to do this off-camera, I will. I just figured, you know, you wanted me to be here. Rather than not. Anyways, so yeah, if you don't care about balance, you can do whatever. But the best way to do a pet class, usually, in my opinion, balance-wise, is you have your main character be, like, say, generally the same capacity and strength of another class, and yet give them the option to have the pet, which works fine if they know what they're doing with it. In other words, a pet does not just functionally raise your overall combat prowess, you have to actually use them properly. But if you do, a pet class, therefore, is someone who is basically like a 1.1 or a 1.2, as opposed to a flat 1 or a 0.9 or something like that. So there's draw, which I don't actually want. The Necromancer in Diablo 2 was actually my favorite class in Diablo 2. I did that a lot. And that's a great example of the buff-debuff concept, which I actually talked about earlier. Because the way I would build my Necro was pure curses and, you know, and then pure focus on the pets, on the golem, usually blood, and then later on iron, and I would stick with iron. And the skeletal mages for the elemental damage. And that pretty much all I would do on my Necromancer is sit back and debuff the enemies and buff the pets, and they would deal with anything. I liked that. It was fun. It was enjoyable, and it worked. Now, of course, you know, balance wasn't really a consideration for that, but at the same time, relatively speaking, that character would never be able to withstand any other player, like in a PvP environment, because they would know how to completely bypass his greatest strength. However, that's a good example of a good pure summoner setup right there. Now, of course, you can do other things with the Necromancer. I actually had a poison build that was like pure poison, which was actually a lot of fun. Poison Nova was ridiculous if you set it up right. But yeah, so ignoring balance concerns, like if you have, for example, if you give your pet the ability to tank, if your system has the functionality of tanking, then it's actually a lot easier to balance summoners at that point. Because, for example, I'll use World of Warcraft as an example, back when Demonology was much more focused on the pets than it was on the Metamorphosis mode. Back then, you could get out your Voidwalker, and the Voidwalker could literally tank dungeon-level stuff. Not raid-level. You know, it wasn't capable of doing the really heavy stuff, but it had enough mitigation stats and enough ability to hold aggro on itself that you could actually legitimately tank an entire dungeon as a Warlock. Or rather, as the Voidwalker pet for the Warlock. So if you have a tank mechanic, an aggro mechanic really is what it boils down to, and the ability for that pet to hold aggro, then that works. However, that's also still somewhat limiting, because that means the only way for you to functionally keep stuff off you, the summoner, is for your pet to have that aggro mechanic. Now, they have a slightly different method for that for pets in the hunters for World of Warcraft. In other words, just about any pet can have a taunt, and therefore just about any pet can hold aggro. But not every pet can actually do something with that aggro. Not every pet can actually endure the hits. This is another thing you can do to balance things out for a pure summoner class. Have it so any creature that you can... any creature you summon can hold aggro, even if it means they're going to die in a couple of turns or seconds or whatever, in order to keep them off the summoner for just long enough to be functional. And this is another method of dealing with that. And of course, none of this applies to PvP, because PvP is just its own thing over there. I am amazed I have not anti-formed during this form grinding. I really am. Just astonished. Sorry. Now, you're going to have to explain that to Quita, because I've always been a huge proponent of aggro mechanics. Without aggro mechanics, well, tactical options in combat get messy and lacking, basically. I'm grinding forms, Leander.
Yeah. Back off. Right. Take this.
Yeah, clearly, Samurai. It's like, okay, fine, here. We're almost done, I think. I shouldn't say that. Hang on, are we almost done? Where are we at? We are almost done. Looks like one more round. In other words, after I do this one and then leave and then come back, that should be the last time I have to do this, as long as I don't mess up. Or go anti-form.
Right. Yeah, this is it. Let's go. Yeah. This is it.
Okay. Actually, I may need one more after that. I need 7 more experience. And I can get 2 per round and about 6 per rotation. Unless I go for like 1 right now, which I'm going to do, to try and make this work out. So here we go. This is really risky what I'm doing here. How useful dodge roll is compared to dash is a matter of opinion. I don't like dodge roll at all, personally. Okay, hang on. I gotta focus for just a second. Oh my god, I made it! I made it! Yeah, that was risky. Okay. Hi. Oh, gotcha, Takota. So you're talking like turn-based tactical grid combat stuff. Oh, okay. Alright, this is it, guys. If we don't anti-form here, we should be done for the time being.
Let's go.
Ah! I take my rage out on Lixius's mushroom. Oh, yeah, totally saw that coming. I think we all saw that coming.
Heal. Take this. This is it.
This exact spot is where I got 3 anti-forms in a row. Which, if you don't understand the math, is incredibly small chance for that to happen. Like, the odds of that happening are stupid small. Existent, but small. Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Back off. Yeah. It's over. This is it. Yeah. Take this.
Anti-form is the black form you just saw, Sigma. It is basic... God, I've answered the question so many times. It is what happens when the darkness in Sora's heart overwhelms him because of the fact that he is an unstable being. I'm just gonna start memorizing that sentence. Okay. Now, if I anti-form this time... Let's get a save in, because we've gotten to some decent progress, and I don't want to repeat this. Basically, yes, Fallout Bear. Yes, Chaosbringer. Each time you anti-form, the chance for you to anti-form again goes down. Each time you summon Final Form, the chance goes down. Okay. I was actually kind of expecting a second anti-form there. Oh, whatever. I didn't know, Samurai. I don't use limit form, like, at all. Yes, Spirit Form. Although in some cases, anti-form will actually basically kill you, because it can't do reaction commands, and you can't heal. So yeah, on certain boss fights, especially a lot of the harder ones, it's bad to go into anti-form.
Yeah. Yeah. Back off. Right. Yeah. Take this.
This should be our last one here, after we go get our mana back here. Yes, there is a reason why Morrigan and. What, this one, Chaos? This is limit form. AKA Kingdom Hearts 1 form.
Let's go. Yeah, back off. Right. Back off.
There we go. Wait, shoot. Yep, that's maxed. Huh. I thought I could have gotten Lucky Lucky at level 5, which is the entire reason I was doing this. Apparently you need level 6 for Lucky Lucky? Huh. Well, whatever. It kind of is in the story, but I get what you mean. Just have it actually show up every now and again and have the other party members be like, "Oh my god!" And have Donald and Goofy completely wig out and you know, try to attack him or whatever, and then be like, "Oh, it's you, Sora, hi." Apparently I have 4 drive recoveries, my bad. No, I actually can't, OJ. I literally cannot grind anymore until I get Master Form. I don't even remember when I get Master Form. It's not for a while. Well, that sucks. I was hoping to have Lucky Lucky before I went through Hollow Bastion. And Tron, for that matter. To the plot!
Do you think...
Looks like there's more Heartless now.
Let's go check in with everyone.
I think they're at Merlin's.
Hiding there because the entire city is under siege while you've been off goofing around. No pun intended. Ah. There's an interesting question. What's the first time I can go to the Cavern of Remembrance? Because that'll be relevant soon. stock up on here. It's just you, Chaos Burner. Wow, I can't make anything right now. Literally can't make anything. Great. I did not know, Lava Dude.
Oh, Cloud!
And you're wearing your Advent Children outfit.
What you doing?
I'll get him. This time, we settle it. Me and the one who embodies all the darkness in me.
I thought you looked kinda different, Cloud.
If I do, it's his fault. Whose? Sephiroth. Tell me if you see him. Okay, what's he look like? Carries a long sword. Sure. Well, be seeing you, Cloud.
Because again, in lore, we haven't
Be
actually
careful.
fought Sephiroth.
He messes with your head. Makes you think darkness is the only way.
Is something wrong?
Ah, your voice! Your voice is what's wrong.
It's nothing. I don't want you involved.
You mean you don't want me there when you go away again?
I just... Listen. Even if I go far away, I'll come back.
Do you mean it?
Yeah.
See? You don't look so sure.
Oh my god.
Well, okay. I understand. Go. Get things settled.
Huh?
No matter how far away you are, once you find your light, I'm sure it will lead you back here again. Right?
I suppose.
So I'll stay here. And I'll cheer for you. Okay, Cloud?
Oh, God. Okay, so.
Wonder if he'll be okay.
Ah!
Fine.
Also, could you stop
I'm sure
talking,
there's some
Eris?
light in him somewhere.
Please.
You're right.
Also, you notice how she said one of those lines completely wrong. She phrased it as a question when it was actually a statement. So, that's probably the voice director's fault, not the actress's fault, but still. Guys, I want you to imagine now a game in which Eris is actually voiced by an Elcor. Cheering statement. I think you will be able to find your light, Cloud. One thing I find interesting is that Tifa is actually in this one. It makes me wonder, because Tifa is actively searching for Cloud in lore, in story. And it's just kind of there, and nothing's actually, like, representative of it. Otherwise, it's just, yep, and there's Tifa. That's it. That's the extent of what she's there, story-wise. But I do want to talk about one thing really quick. Cloud and Sephiroth. Now, people have speculated for eons, like literally since the first game, actually, that Cloud and Sephiroth are the nobody and heartless of each other in one direction or another. The more I think about it, the more I don't actually think that's true. Now, hear me out. What I mean by this is, I feel like the way they're going with this is a unique relationship between Cloud and Sephiroth. That they are, of course, the same being. I know you could say the same about a heartless and a nobody. But my point is that they are both unique circumstance. Kind of similar to the Roxas-Sora situation. I mean, yes, Roxas was the nobody, and Sora was basically the heartless, but it wasn't a one-to-one. There were shadings there. There were problems that made it so they weren't, you know, like most heartless and nobody situations. That's always been my take on it. And again, like I said, that's been a something I've been thinking more and more as I go through the series again. Oh, here. Oh, you gotta be kidding me! Well, at least I'm lowering my my counter here. Oh my god, land! Honestly, I'm not worried about the Demix fight because of the difficulty we're on. Although, of course, I will share the story for the 50th time when we get there. Look at how he types! I love how Sid types. He's not the worst typist in this game, but he is pretty bad. I find it funny because Squall later on types just fine. A little odd, but still fine. Hello, Chemic. It is a big keyboard. It's also a bizarre keyboard. Like, have you ever looked at the keys on this keyboard? It's completely random. There's no sense to it at all. Here, look, look. Look at this keyboard. So, it's got, like, two massive keys for Y and T there, and the two space bars, but like, no function keys. But it's got the enter key over there in the wrong position, but it doesn't actually have all of the numpad there. And again, this is him. This is how he types in a nutshell. I love it. Anyways. How do I... There we go. Yes, Zero Hunter. I do think that. Oh, whoop. I'm using the Oathkeeper. Although, actually, while I'm at it, might as well put Oathkeeper on Valor. Oh, gotcha, Aqua. Oh, Sora is a brilliant competition. We will see just how amazing Sora is with computer stuff in just a little bit here. Yeah, I saw that, sure you. Just to make sure, you know. Well, Shiryu, we're basically at the halfway point. We're not officially at the halfway point, but we're, like, a few steps from it. We're about to do Tron for the first time. Now, I've actually managed this without double jump before. Nope, that's not happening. I'd probably have to Valor for that. In fact, I think that's what I had to do last time. We'll get that later. Donald's use of a keyboard is better than Sora's, because at least Donald is using his feet! Sora manages it with his hands. Somehow. I don't actually get that very good. I need to figure out which puzzle pieces I'm missing for duality. Speaking of which, just look at this really quick while we're here. Look at all the new! Look at it! Still missing 4 pieces for duality. I recommend Ghostbuster Screen. Or moving. Oh, right. I was never a big Lebowski guy. Dragoon. I'll probably get Frontier, too. Oh. But that's... I'm not even going to try for those until I have double jump.
Are you with the Restoration Committee?
Hi, Yuna.
What's Leon's gang up to?
They've got stuff to do over by the castle postern.
Scoop!
Huh?
Let's report.
To who?
Our leader, of course.
Yeah, you know. Maleficent.
Don't mind her. I assure you, we come in peace.
You're kidding.
Problem? Okay, fine. You do the talking.
So sorry about this.
Maybe it's just me. I'm honestly curious, but I actually really like how they implemented the gull wings here. Complete reinterpretation. And I actually like it. They're here because Maleficent promised them treasure if they would go do her bidding. And they're treasure hunters, so they said yes. And yeah, by the way, that's all 3 original voice actresses, if you're curious. Yes, they are literally fairies in this interpretation. If Brother was here, I'd be pissed, but you guys know how much I hate Brother. Well, now I need 3 duality pieces. Actually, that's a good question, Shiryu. Knowing her, probably. But who knows? I had not thought about that, honestly, Baronessa. Don't you... No! No! Brother is not allowed in my Kingdom Hearts. Brother is not allowed in my anything. I postulate that Brother is worse than Jar Jar Binks, and I mean that sincerely. Like, no exaggeration, no nothing. Brother is worse for me than freaking Jar Jar Binks. Probably Shiryu. I mean, he did lie about it. Brother is worse than Kai Ling. Legitimately. Brother is one of my most hated characters in fiction, and I mean that without exaggeration. There is nothing positive about him. At all. Granted, I am primarily speaking of FF10-2, Brother, but then again, that is also our primary exposure to the man, because he's basically a non-entity in FF10. In FF10, he's random nameless guy in the background who has like 3 lines. In FF10-2, he's one of the worst characters in fiction. Oh, you will know true fear then, Shiryu. You will know. Careful, Sephiroth might show up, Eris. In this exact spot, no less. Ugh. It's okay, she's not being voice acted, Final Cloud. Yeah, like I said, Samurai, the moment I can go in there... You know, I know this sounds weird, but given the fact that Sephiroth is actually story, you know, is a part of the canon now, as of 2, and is actively trying to change how Cloud functions, I'm a little surprised that one of the methods he didn't use... I'm a little surprised he didn't use the method of killing Eris in front of him. Since Eris obviously has some significance to Cloud, you know. Then again, if they continue to make Sephiroth and Cloud, you know, plot characters in Kingdom Hearts 3, we have a much higher chance of them killing her in Kingdom Hearts 3. Like Lexi just mentioned. Hello, Stitch. You won't actually have anything to do with anything. Well, in fairness, they told Sora to shut up too. But that's okay, because I tell Sora to shut up every day. Every day. I honestly, I know this sounds weird, I hope they continue to use Cloud and Sephiroth's side story. If for no other reason, because like I said, it's part of, it ties into the overall theme of the setting. You know, it's not just there for its own sake or fan service. And I hope that, you know, I like the idea that they are this special case situation rather than just a classic Heartless nobody. It would also be interesting to see if they were both basically the Heartless of someone else. Zach! Oh, excuse me. Alright, I'm sorry, I said that wrong, but my point is that if, like, they're not the Heartless and nobody of each other, they're both, you know, the Heartless and nobody of Zack. Which is the other big theory I've heard about with regards to that one. Shut up, Sora. I mean, hi, Samurai. Sorry. First thing I do when I wake up, I say, shut up, Sora. I'm kidding. I don't know if they'll include lightning in FF13. Wow. I don't know if they'll include lightning in Kingdom Hearts 3. I don't. It's kind of a 50-50 chance, I'd say, at this point. We had some rumors about that for a while that didn't pan out, so who knows. So why do you say that, Dakota? Yeah, Noctis I could see definitely being in Kingdom Hearts 3. Least favorite Final Fantasy? Define Final Fantasy, as weird of a question as that probably sounds like. Yep, I got a Bright Gem. One. Probably not Spyro Pyro. But then again, they could. Marvel would fit better than Star Wars function-wise, and worse thematically, ironically.
Handsome.
Gorge, I guess this must be his room.
Master King!
A game that says
Hello?
Final Fantasy? Oh, Follow Up Bear hasn't
Hey,
actually
you.
answered yet. Hello, Tifa. I like her design here, by the way.
I'm looking for somebody. Have any of you seen a guy with spiky hair?
I like how that's how she identifies Cloud.
Spikier.
No, we didn't talk to him like 5 minutes
I'll
ago.
just take a look around.
This is awesome, by the way. Her method of searching involves destroying the hell out of
Sorry to
everything.
bother you.
My friend Gary and I had this theory that...
Bother him.
my theory was... Or we had this grunting joke for a while there. That, like, she would walk around and just be like, oh, hey! Let me just search here for a bit. Smash! Crash! Oh, nothing here. And every time we'd go to a new area, Tifa would just show up and just destroy everything there looking for Cloud.
So you made it.
Hey, Squall.
Leon!
Where have you been? So who's this guy? A portrait of Aencium? Someone who has respect, Shadow. Fair enough, Samurai. I would too, Tor. No, I'm kidding. Although Lord knows Tifa is awesome. We talked about that back in Kingdom Hearts 1, Brogue. So, time to see Sora's amazing computer skills in action.
Where's Kairi? Where's Riku?
That's right. One button for Kairi, one button for Riku. And then he just starts mashing the keyboard.
Easy. You want to break it? Oh, sorry. Guess I got a little carried away.
Wow!
Huh?
Hi, Stitch. And this is how Donald types.
Attention current user. This is a warning. Further misuse of this terminal will result in immediate defensive action.
Who's there?
You heard it here, guys.
I am the master control program.
Whenever you mash your keyboard, you're abusing your computer.
I oversee this system.
I agree, that deserves a
Where
Sora's Dome.
are you?
Absolutely.
Donald!
I'm sorry.
Decision gate breached. You are now under arrest.
Arrest?
So, I was keeping really quiet about which Disney worlds were in Kingdom Hearts 2, and so my friend was watching this, and then he sees that thing, and his response is just, "Oh my god, Tron is in this!" Like it just clicked the moment he saw the whatever that is, the bit thing. And he was, yeah, it was a pretty awesome moment. That was also pretty much what my reaction was to when I first played this game, and I was like, "Oh, dude, Tron!" I love Tron. What can I say? Which is why I haven't seen the second movie yet. Also, the fact that they're not making a third movie makes me sad. Space Paranoids, named after the original game. Call me a weirdo, but I really like the Tron-designed outfits that they have in here. Especially the fact that his changes colors based on which form he has. And this different sound effects for walking. They did a lot of nice polished stuff for this section.
Go on, show him who's boss. Who are you?
I am Commander Sark.
A heartless commander?
Observe.
Let me torture your friends.
Okay, you're the boss. I get it.
I hate to point out a plot hole here, but how does he have that ability here and never anywhere else when it actually would have been useful? Also, Sora's dumb. Now, in the interest of total fairness, Sora's never even heard of a computer before. Oops, excuse me. And he'll actually demonstrate his total lack of understanding of what a computer is in this world. So I'm not going to give him more dumbs that I could for the way he interacts in here.
Man, what kind of world is this anyway?
I will give a Goofy a smart, because Goofy figures it out.
What system?
Also, that is Bruce Boxleitner. That is actually him, the guy who played Tron back in the game. Some of you may know him as Sheridan, and he fights for the users.
A computer system for processing data. This system is a copy of one created by a corporation called endgame. The original program was destroyed. But this copy was acquired by another user. The new user updated and customized the programs, renaming the system Hollow Bastion OS.
Possible, Samurai. We don't actually know 100%. They do tend to have some modern-day conveniences that we see bits and pieces of in Destiny Islands. But I'm willing to allow the argument that Sora has never encountered a computer, and therefore not give him the like 5 additional dumb moments that I would otherwise.
He used the system for town maintenance and to advance his private research. My name is Tron. I'm a security program, but now I'm under arrest, same as you.
Did you guys get any of that?
Yeah, like that right there.
You know, maybe we should just introduce ourselves.
Sora.
I'm Sora.
And I'm Donald.
Nice to meet you, Tron.
Sora, Donald,
I'm
Goofy.
Goofy.
With that configuration, you must be users.
Users?
You'd better get out of here quickly. Who knows what the MCP will do to you?
MCP?
The Master Control Program.
Yeah, that's true. This literally doesn't conflict with Tron, or the movie.
Controls
The movies, for
whole
that
system.
matter.
If you idle here, you will be derezzed.
So, how do we get out of here?
This terminal could have gotten you back to the user world. But the MCP cut the power 50 microcycles ago.
We had a joke about that, by the way. See, they're in a computer, and for anybody who knows anything about a computer, you know that computers run on a Hertz system. In other words, they tend to do a lot of things in a very short period of time. So if 50 microcycles is a decent period of time for them, we had the theory that we leave, we go do our stuff, and we come right back to Tron's world, like right after this, right? So we come back, and like Tron's been here for millions and millions of years, and he's, oh god, I've been waiting for so long for you to return. Where were you, Sora?
If we could bring the energy core in the canyon online, we could power it back up. The problem is, we're stuck in this cell.
It's got to be really hard to capture and contain a Keyblade wielder. Which is actually a plot point in Birth by Sleep. Digital Keyblade. Yes, Kamek.
Master Control, why not just derez Tron?
And yes, Green.
I still haven't located the password to the data space.
What about a logic probe? With all your processing power?
Out of the question. The current environment hampers the processing power needed for such an analysis. You're dismissed, Sark. Stop any remaining anomalies in the system, or else.
Hi,
End of
Shaman.
line.
Acknowledged.
End of line. I like that. So this entire thing is extremely Hollywood technology, or Hollywood programming, or Hollywood code, whatever you want to think of it. But I don't mind because it's Kingdom Hearts, and because Tron was that way too.
Okay.
Except we know for a fact, Green, that they can summon Keyblades in unique ways, not just in the standard format, so... I mean, really. It's like trying to bind a Jedi who always has the ability to summon their lightsaber. It's possible, it's just not particularly easy. And you have to know exactly what you're doing, and be prepared for it. Yes I do, Noel. Although I don't think it'll actually, ever come up. But I do think they're there, yes. Yes, I do. I rather enjoy the Tron music. I don't enjoy the Tron battle music as much. Dun 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 dun. That one. Not really my thing, but I like this one. I also like the overall aesthetic of this place quite a lot. Okay, not that way right now. It also feels larger than most of the Kingdom Hearts worlds, which is funny. Oh, right, I have to do this little minigame. Right.
Yeah.
I also have tons of respect for the people who actually made the original Tron effects, and the stupid amount of time and effort they put onto it.
This is the energy core.
Yeah, this song, by the way. Damn it. That's true, that's great. There is a bit of an abstract thing going on here. So, I don't really want to talk about this here per se, but let's just say that this world and the way they approach it add to my theory about Dream Drop Distance. Because as we all know, Tron is in Dream Drop Distance as well. Except it's Tron Legacy, which happens in Tronverse after Tron, which basically doesn't make even the tiniest bit of sense, for many reasons, which I'll go into when we get there. Also, I suppose this is a good point to talk about the droid effect, which is pretty much all over the place in Tron. In other words, the idea that Tron and probably the MCP and possibly Sarx all have generated hearts because of the complexity of their programs, the amount of time they've spent existing, and the level of experience that the guys have gone through. So, digital people, digital hearts. And as we'll see later, the digital can be made real, which actually I made a big old deal about that all the way back in Twilight Town. And we'll be making a big old deal about it here as well, because it is pretty relevant to something that happens much later. I guess that does agree. Or I do agree. That is a Sora's dumb moment.
So, what did you want us to do?
Find my user. He'll give you the password to access the DTD.
Oh god. The DTD scene.
DTD is the name my user gave to the data space. Copies of all the original system programs are stored there, along with anything that's sensitive or restricted.
Is there stuff about the Heartless or Organization 13?
Most likely.
Actually, yes is the answer.
A number of my functions were appropriated when I last took on the MCP. That's why I need the password. If I can get inside the DTD, I can access my original backup program and restore all my functions.
This is not bragging, by the way, but I wonder how many of the rest of you figured out that that meant Door to Darkness before they gave it away. And I'm raising my hand, because I was immediately like, oh, that means the Door to Darkness. Which they've mentioned several times anyway, so it was already in my head. And I'd played Kingdom Hearts 1 before, too, so it was fresh, but still, it didn't take that much to figure out what... It's like the Remus Sirius acronym in Book 6 of the Harry Potters. I looked at it like, yeah, that's him. Duh, you know. Figured that out almost immediately.
Then I'll be able to put this system back the way it was before the MCP got control and changed everything. The way it was supposed to be. A free system for you, the users.
Gee, Tron, ain't the MCP one of those programs too?
Gorsh moment.
Do you know who it was who made it?
Actually, I don't know.
Okay, we'll just have to find your user and ask him. What's his name?
You mean you don't know? My user is the user of this system. Ansem the Wise.
Credit where credit is due. That scene just hit me across the face when I first saw it. I was like, wait, what? That's a good reveal moment right there, I think. And leads into the big plot twist of Kingdom Hearts 2.
Looks like the MCP's onto us.
Which you already know,
I'll
of
keep
course.
this terminal up and running. You better exit the system now.
Sure, but Tron, Ansem is...
We're looking at password.
Okay, you're good to go. Hurry.
By memory, the last time they referred to Ansem as Ansem the Wise was the very first time they mentioned him in Kingdom Hearts 1. They're like, have you heard of someone named Ansem? And Goofy's like, I Ansem? And then Aerith says, yes, Ansem the Wise. And that's like the last time they've mentioned it, I think. I believe. The reason I like this twist so much is it is basically a reverse twist. It basically undoes the twist of Kingdom Hearts 1, but in a way that actually makes a decent amount of sense. And I like that. You know, because the whole twist of Kingdom Hearts 1 was, oh my god, Ansem's really evil. The whole twist of Kingdom Hearts 2 is, Ansem isn't evil. He's a fake. The real Ansem is over there. And I like that kind of reverse twist like that. And so I really enjoyed that big reveal. I'll take your word on it, Samurai. I don't recall. I swear they've used his term Ansem the Wise prior to now. It might have been in text, actually. It just occurred to me. So, by the way, I like the fact that Squall actually knows how to type on a computer. I'm sorry, Wraith. Okay, speaking of which, how many of you, when you found out you're going to be doing the games in the Tronverse, you were like, yes! Because, you know, the Light Cycle arcade game was super awesome. Except, well, you'll see when we get there. Tifa needs to take a look around, guys. Bam! Bam! Ka! Cha! You thought I was kidding! She really is beating up the room looking for Cloud. This is great. This is so, like, just awesome.
Excuse me?
Also, I like how she actually has the brown eyes. It's so rare you see a character with brown eyes. And she effortlessly moves this massive portrait, because she's Tifa. Yeah! I love that! I absolutely love that. Oh well, nothing here. Okay, anyways. So really quick. So first of all, this is more clear in the PS3 version, because of the higher resolution. But that clearly says /Tron Door to Darkness. I mean, it's literally apparent there. It's barely even hidden. Javan, if you're here, this would be great, because does anyone know Japanese? Because I would love to know what those things say there. Because I've actually heard several people try to analyze that symbol, because we see that symbol a couple other places too, that exact icon. The heart surrounded by the weird bubble, surrounded by this sort of mechanical looking thing, and the key looking thing, and the lock looking thing. I've heard lots of people try to pull meaning out of this emblem. And I mean the basic, okay, it's not Japanese, thank you, Javan. The basic idea here is, of course, excuse me. Basic idea is that is obviously a heart, but is it a heart of a person? Is it a heart of a world? Is it a heart on concept, being surrounded by darkness or being surrounded by light? I mean, apparently this is not real text. That's a bit of a shame. And yeah, it does kind of look like a A diagram
What's
almost.
this doodle?
Hello. Main. Security.
It's not that hard to read, Donald. It's not that hard to read.
Looks like a diagram or something.
God, Sora.
Oh! D. T. D.
D.
I'm giving that to Sora as
What's up?
dumbs.
Look at this. This must be the data space. The DTD. See? The door to darkness.
Also a no music counter.
What do you know? But that still leaves the password.
Say, fellas, did somebody mention the door to darkness?
Hey, Mickey! Mickey! So, Mickey looks super evil here. It's because of the way... Look at his eyes. He's got the super, thing going on this whole time. And then he stops being evil, because Donald's hugging him. It's impossible to be evil while Donald's hugging you. Just ask Belle.
Long time no see.
Shh.
Back to evil!
The organization might be listening. You mentioned the door to darkness?
Oh, yes, sir. You see, we're looking for the secret password.
Password?
Okay, I'm sorry. Mickey doesn't know what a password is. I remind you, they have computers in Disney Castle, remember? We'll be using one in the future. In the interest of total fairness, that is in the future, so maybe Mickey has never actually used the computers that are in his castle and the technology that is in his castle, so maybe? But we see they have plenty of fairly modern conveniences and whatnot back in the past as well in Birth by Sleep, so why does Mickey not know what a password is?
Oh, I guess you mean like a code.
I like Squall's reaction.
The door to darkness
Really?
can only be opened by the 7 princesses. There's Snow White, Jasmine, and Belle.
Of course.
That's true. Goofy knows what a password is. That's a good point.
What are you trying to do?
With that password, we can get access to Ansem's research data.
That's also a good point, Dakota. Hang on. Before we get to this. What do you mod? What kind of mods do you run, Sir Walter? I'm just kind of curious. I've seen several mods which are pretty cool. One which actually gives you the wing blades no matter which form you're in, so you're awesome. And a few that make it so you can turn into, like, Roxas at any time and stuff like that.
Means you might be able to find out where he is.
Stop joking around, Your Majesty. We already defeated Ansem. You know that.
Looks like I've got a lot of explaining to do.
You're listening, Your Majesty.
Okay, but first I've got a question.
Hey, isn't Tron waiting for you guys?
We could get explanations. Or we could just
Don't worry,
leave.
I'm not going anywhere. If those Heartless attack, I'll stand and fight with everybody here.
Yeah, we will too.
Then let's talk more later.
That's a promise.
I'll see you when you get back.
No music. Master form. I think. Pretty sure. Yay! So yeah, I gotta be honest, that is a little bit of a plot convenience moment. We could have had the big reveal right there, and instead we don't because, And yes, we will never see Mickey ever again. By the way, I'd just like to say that this room right here is one of the most quietly horrifying things in the entire series for me. I mean that sincerely. If you don't know what this room is, you will. But even when I first pointed this out to my friend who I was doing the lore run for, who'd never played this game before at all, he looked at that and he was like... And he had the immediate reaction of, oh my god. Because he figured it out. Tifa! I should get a save in. 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 I should get a s I didn't give it a Sora is dumb tandemonium. I understand why. I understand why Sora did it. That's not a stockpile of nobodies, Takoida. That's something much more horrifying. Oh, yeah, I know what T-Mod is, Deutsch. I actually have T-Mod. I just don't use it. I poked at it. Tifa's like, oh no, they're gone! I'll get them back! Bam! Bam! No, Nerozaz. Unless Gilgamesh shows up in Kingdom Hearts 3, then yes, technically. Gilgamesh is the only true connector. And so it may be. Okay, so, yeah, we're about to do the big, you know, Tron cycle thing. Now, I don't know how many of you guys played arcade games in the 80s. Probably none of you. Unless Baroness is on right now. But back in the 80s, there was this awesome light cycle arcade game. It was basically a form of Snake, except you were playing against someone else. So you had to actually trap them in the pathways, and if you hit the wall, you died. It was actually a lot of fun. And so when I first found out that we were going to be playing in the light cycle section, my first reaction was, oh, dude, that's so cool. You'll see, Titans. We'll see it in action in a bit here.
Welcome to the game grid.
Game grid?
I used to be pretty good at that
That's
one, too.
right. You've been chosen to play a few games. Lose and you will be subject to immediate de-resolution. Win? Well... no one wins.
We're not gonna play your games.
You have no choice.
Well then, get on with it.
So yeah, this is the light cycle game, aka nowhere near as fun as the actual light cycle game, which is a bit of a pity. We don't generate a thing behind us, and the walls are generated around us by reality. Shrug. Do they, Zechariah? Is it good? I love this, by the way. We are like we're like 100 feet from the exit there. We could just go through the exit. But no, we have to go through the entire course in order to go back around and get out of there. Now, in fairness, we do go right for it at first, and then the wall cuts it off, so... yeah, credit where credit is due. No, we destroyed some of the data with other data. Green, that's how anything works. So this is technically rock, paper, scissors, the combat in this. I say technically because you don't actually have to do that at all. You could literally just do the dash like I'm doing, and just completely destroy everything. You can also be a dick like I'm being. Whoop, screwed that up. And literally run them into walls, because they can't actually move like you can, basically. Oops, wrong way. Interesting, Zechariah. I'll have to check that out, yeah. I was gonna say Samurai, actually he probably does have to conform to the rules. Because he can't reprogram himself. Yet. Tron! No! Tron!
I don't understand. Why are you here?
This is great.
We came to give you the password.
Why?
I love this. We entered the computer to give a program the password. This is why I say Sora has no understanding or concept of what a computer is. The idea of typing the password in did not even occur to him.
Didn't you just transmit the data?
Transmit?
Hey, are you okay?
He's not worn out there. He's just completely blown away by their stupidity.
The DTD.
Oh god, Tricoon, yeah. Well, in the original movie, basically, yes, Lava Dude. In this particular sequence, the idea is the MCP was programmed to be an insolent dick by Xehanort. Actually, Noel, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens at some point. Considering Data Sora has generated a heart by the end of 3 Coded, it's very likely that that he will continue to exist in some form or another, even as they wipe away his memories, which is just really, really creepy. But whatever. I'm going to be pushing my way through all of these, mostly for crafting mats. I'm not too worried about my level at this point. I'll be able to level much, much more efficiently in the world that never was once I get to that point, so I'm not too worried about experience until then. Yeah, Data Riku, aka the freaking journal. We actually need to talk about the journal at some point, but I kind of want to save those thoughts for then. We'll also be talking about Kingdom Hearts Kai when we get there, and where I'll drop my other big bombshell on Samurai. Oh god, it's green! It's green! Oh god, it's green! Ah, okay, okay. Hey, Cloudy. That's right, Star Wars will be live a week from today. I like how at no point in time do they have to spell any of these words for her. Aurora, Alice, Jasmine, Cinderella, and Kairi. I'm not saying anything, Samurai. Okay, fine. Yes, I have another theory. I don't think that theory is correct. I have a slightly different theory. Please enjoy a game while the process is running. Aurora is a sleeping beauty. Also, Jennifer Hale. I'm not kidding. That's a good question. How do we know the correct order to type that in? Well, yeah, the 7 Princesses of Light were able to open the door to darkness in Kingdom Hearts 1. So... we must defeat the monitors! I mean... that's another thing that I've noticed Hollywood in general tends to do with technology. For some reason, destroying the monitor tends to destroy the computer. You ever notice that? I know, Samurai. I've been deliberately avoiding all of the merchandise gimmick. Not into it. Actually, considering the fact that we're pretty sure Xehanort deliberately told Maleficent with the Princesses of Heart were, that's possible. But, as Lord of the Flame points out, there's still a chance that she didn't know, even as of Kingdom Hearts 1. She could have just been looking for any of the ones who actually were Princesses of Heart and just capturing girls randomly.
I'm as good as new. All my functions have been restored.
Oh boy!
Finally, I have full access to the DTD. My takeover of the system is now complete. I might have anticipated such a simple password.
Oh, shush.
What's this? An emergency destruct program for the town. Let's see how it performs.
No!
I love the idea here that Hollow Bastion was nearly destroyed, if not for his intervention.
Program, you changed the password.
There, that should buy us some time.
Tron, tell us what's going on.
The MCP's loading a hostile program into the I.O. tower.
What?
What do we do?
Whoops, sorry.
We've got to protect the user town. Let's head to the tower.
Like I said, Rowan, I've been on, like, complete lockdown for Star Wars. In fact, do me a favor, guys, don't tell me anything. I'm not watching anything. I am completely avoiding it. I wouldn't have even seen the, I would not have even seen the trailer that I did, if not for the fact that you guys wanted me to do an analysis on it. Oh, wait, no. Is that... No, that's not what I want. When do I get Explosion with S.H.I.E.L.D.? Does anyone remember? I actually was watching Spaceballs not too long ago. That scene is still great. The gravity with which they say it. Alright, the password is... 1. 1. 1. 2. 2. 2. 3. 3. 3. I love it. I love it. Anyways.
It's over.
Oh, okay, Solar Sailor section. My bad. I thought Explosion was from leveling. Actually, yes, and yes to both questions, Dakota. Later on, we will be fighting the security system in town, which is actually a nice touch, in my opinion. I'm still avoiding everything, Lava, and I intend to keep avoiding everything. It's too easy to analyze what they're not saying and how they're not saying it. Clearly, Dragoon. You know, the funny thing is, Sora, the password is actually Sora Donald Goofy. Oh, by the way, fun factoid, in real life, since, you know, hacking does not work how it does in Hollywood, generally the longer your password is, the relatively safer it is, within reason, of course. And as long as it's not something super obvious. So, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, it's not a safe password, but the dog jumps up at the purple bark is actually a very safe password. It's actually the very concept of passphrases, which we had started implementing at work before I left there. Because most actual hacking involves brute force hacking, and the more character digits there are, and the more variety, then the harder it is for them to be brute forced. By contrast, a 6-digit password, which is like 1XR5B7, is actually much simpler and easier to brute force hack. And ironically, much harder for the person who actually made the password to actually punch in. Damn it, Chaosbringer, no! No matter who wins, we lose. I almost hope we don't get any plot twists in the first movie. As weird as that sounds. I mean, what was the plot twist in A New Hope? There was none. It was all establishment. Empire had a plot twist. Wait, what? What? Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm disappointed in you, program. Why do you insist on allying with these selfish users?
Because I want to help them. Something written into my code commands me to do what is right.
Return of the Jedi did have a plot twist, yes. Leia and her nature as his sister.
Really? And what command would that be?
I can't really say for sure.
Friends, they help each other, that's all. Uh-oh, look out!
What would the plot twist of Phantom Menace be? For that matter, what would the plot twist of Attack... Well, I guess there is a plot twist on Attack of the Clones, sorta. But what the heck would be the plot twist of Phantom Menace? Palpatine is not a plot twist! Unless you're someone who knows nothing about Star Wars, I'll grant you that. If you have a total ignorance of Star Wars, then the fact that Palpatine is the bad guy might qualify as a plot twist. By the way, this is a good example of a summoner class. This boss has done nothing but summon ads against us. Shadow, I don't even want to speculate on it, because if I do, I'll probably figure it out, and then I'll be sad, because it'll be something disappointing. Besides, I've already given my big theory about it.
This is it. Let's go. Back off. Yeah. It's over. Yeah. Back off. Yeah. Back off. It's over.
Just do it already!
This is it. Take this.
Damn it! Like 1 second after I freaking drop out of form. Lots, Green. Like I said, I don't even want to speculate. That's ignoring the fact that this is Abrams, for God's sakes. The man who runs on the mystery box concept. I don't know about the former, but I agree with the latter, Cloudy. Lots of Anakin development. I mean, the Clone Wars story is really about Anakin. But lots of character moments, lots of character development, really stretching out the setting, really showcasing what the Clone Wars actually were and how bad they were.
I'd better get to work. It's what my user would want.
What Ansem would want.
Wait, today's your birthday, Bregman? God damn it, woman.
We didn't get the password from Ansem. We just sort of found it.
Alright, full body
back
massage
in the
later,
user
Bregman.
world. By
Seriously,
accident.
happy birthday.
And one more thing, Ansem, he was our enemy. I mean, he still is, I guess.
Well, actually, he's my enemy, too.
What do you mean?
Ansem took Encom's original system and customized it for his own use. I was part of the original system, and Ansem modified me, too. So, that makes him my user. But Ansem is also the one who brought back the MCP. The Ansem I first knew wouldn't do that. I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
That's okay, but now I really don't get it.
That's because you're dumb.
I don't understand it either. But I think users like you are going to be the ones who will finally figure it out. You
Yes
have
and
the
no,
ability
Dragoon.
to take illogical routes and still arrive at the answers you seek. Now go, before the MCP starts acting up again.
Basically, I get where Abrams is coming from. I really do. And I also agree with Abrams that putting too much of the story of a movie out in initial releases or in trailers or in interviews and whatnot is a bad thing. I think it detracts from the movie experience. I really do. I think that, however, artificially engineering a situation where everything hinges on one big spoiler and, oh my god, big twist, is a fallacy and is trying to artificially recreate the feeling, that we had before the marketing schemas of so many movies just went completely wildly out of control. And yes, he did, Javan. Oh, right.
Any data you need from the DTD can be accessed directly through my user's terminal. I'll keep a dedicated access channel open for you. I changed the password, so you won't have to worry about the MCP for a while.
Access channel?
I knew you'd ask. It's a very important link between our worlds. It's how we stay connected. You, my friends, are the new password.
Thanks, Tron. Take care.
You too. And give my best to the users.
My god, guys, that's why Sora is so powerful. All the villains are too smart. Photon Debugger, the most useless Keyblade in the game. Yes, you are now Bragwin Bunny. Bragwin, sorry. Get the ears. Yeah, I could just see Sora pulling out his key and being like, haha! Now, the really funny thing is, thanks to how Keyblades work, a Keyblade could theoretically have actually unlocked a computer. Also, this is where I got the Sora Donald Goofy image from, if anybody was wondering.
Hang in there.
So, where do we start?
Mine is recreated based off of it, but still.
The King's checking the situation in town. He'll be back soon, so don't worry. Hey, look. It's asking for a password.
That's easy. It's...
Sora!
Why the pause?
Goofy!
That's... to the point.
Well,
Also, notice how Squall's the only person who actually types like a person in the entire series.
I have to go into town. Need to see what that last shakeup did.
You're not gonna check out the data? It wasn't exactly easy to get.
I'm coming right back. Hey, Sora. Why don't you get started unloading the data and copying it down?
Because Sora knows how to do that.
It's just a few keystrokes. Easy, right?
He's never used a computer in his life. So this is funny.
Can you walk?
Hey, these things take time, okay?
How Sora types is kind of funny too.
Whoa,
I've actually seen people type like that in real life with the one button, one finger thing.
What we want to know.
Gorsh moment.
No way. Even Ansem's computer doesn't know.
Computers don't know everything, Sora. Whatever.
What's he doing?
I thought I'd ask the computer if it can tell us about them nobodies.
That's another Gorsh moment.
What's this?
The data is corrupt.
What? How about the organization? There.
The data is corrupt.
Stupid computer.
So then Sora somehow manages to make this happen just by mashing the keyboard.
Who's this guy?
Well, I see you got things working.
He literally somehow makes the windows tilt with a keyboard. He is just that
Good
amazing.
going. The computer should tell us the things we need to know.
But it keeps on saying the data inside's all kerscuffled.
All we got is a picture of some guy we don't know.
Ansem the Wise.
This qualifies as a Sora's dumb.
Come on, are you teasing us again?
Did you forget what Ansem looked like, Your Majesty?
Of course I do, and this is him. I'm positive.
Huh?
Excuse me, could you come this way, please?
This is what the Sora's dumb I'm giving it for, because he thinks he can actually school Mickey about this.
Look, this is Ansem. You know, the guy we all worked really hard to defeat.
Oh god, this scene.
That's right. I never finished explaining.
So I love this twist, like I said, but Sora's so stupid here. Wait, is this?
Well,
Okay.
the man in the picture is definitely the one who tried to take over Kingdom Hearts. The one you fellas defeated. But what you actually fought was his Heartless. You see, he wasn't really Ansem. He just went around telling everybody that he was.
Really, Paradox? Interesting.
You mean...
I love this.
What? We went through all that trouble to defeat an imposter?
Yup, a fake. But he still had to be stopped.
Yeah, seriously, Sora. He was still going to destroy all the worlds.
Oh, I'm kind of confused. If he's a fake, then what happened to the real Ansem?
Well, that's just what I'm trying to figure out. Ansem the Wise should know all about Organization 13's plans and what's been happening to the worlds. I'm pretty sure he'll give us some help. You know, I came close to finding him once.
Don't tell me there's more. I'm lost enough as it is.
I'm sorry for repeating the CinemaSins parody of this, but there was a guy named Ansem. He was replaced by another guy who went around calling himself Ansem, and you defeated his Heartless. That's not confusing, Sora. Sora's dumb.
Well, let's see. Some feller named Ansem, who wasn't really Ansem, became a Heartless. Does that mean a nobody got created when that happened too?
Gorsh moment.
Yup. And that nobody is the leader of the organization.
What?
It's not that big of a
I
reveal.
know I've met this fake Ansem before, and I've seen the leader of Organization 13, too. Kind of felt like being around the same fella.
So, where did you meet this guy?
Not that I'm aware, Noel.
I can't remember.
Okay, so we need to talk about something for a moment. Considering how important Xehanort was to all the events of Birth by Sleep, and Mickey's personal interactions with Xehanort back in Birth by Sleep, the odds that he would forget Xehanort or Terranort are basically non-existent. I also want to remind you, Mickey actually talked with Xehanort for some time. What I mean by that is Terranort, except not Terranort. I'm speaking in circles, I know, but let me put it to you this way. Mickey did actually interact with and work with Ansem the Wise several times. Then, Terranort/Xehanort stole Ansem's identity, banished Ansem the Wise, and actually still, after that point in time, had interactions and conversations with Mickey. So Mickey's actually talked with Xehanort. Young Xehanort. Oh, not... This Xehanort, the guy here, the guy who isn't the old master Leonard Nimoy Xehanort. And I want to stress that because it's actually really important for something. Why did Xehanort steal Ansem's name? I actually have a theory about this to the point where I'm not even sure that this is, you know, like I don't even consider this a theory, to be completely honest with you. We know that you can actually alter things metaphysically thanks to memories. We also know that having a situation where if you impersonate someone, if you take someone's name, you can actually take their identity in some way or another. It's the metaphysical thing being represented thanks to perception. In other words, he got rid of Ansem, the real Ansem, Ansem the Wise, so that he could claim his name. Because everyone else seems to generally think, and everyone seems to generally act as if he is Ansem the Wise. Even though he looks nothing like Ansem the Wise, he basically just assumes his identity, erases people's memories of the original Ansem the Wise. And it's not until more recently, when Ansem the Wise has returned from the Realm of Darkness, that people start to remember Ansem the Wise. And by people, I mean person. Like, Mickey is the only one who actually recalls the original Ansem. Ergo, the idea here is that was Xehanort's purpose in claiming his name. Not only, it's actually a three-fold thing. First of all, to remove the name of Xehanort from himself, because people should remember that name. Or possibly, in a related thing to this, to remove the name Xehanort from people's memories, so they don't remember any of his original plotting and schemes, because, you know, a fairly large number of people are actually aware of what Xehanort was up to back in Birth by Sleep. Second reason is to claim everything that Ansem had. The idea of being able to have all the access to the resources of Radiant Garden and all the wealth of technology and people and all the experiments that he could do there as ruler of Radiant Garden, because he replaced Ansem, claimed Ansem's name and therefore identity. And of course the third reason, it's just a theory of mine. Remember how I mentioned how Ienzo was one of the weirdest ones to join with Xehanort? I mean, think about that for a moment. Everything we see about Ienzo is that he's a shy, soft-spoken kid. And even when we see Ienzo in Dream Drop Distance, he seems perfectly fine interacting with Lee. None of the scheming, none of the more, you know, malicious intent, especially considering that Axel basically killed Zexion. It seems odd that Ienzo is totally okay with Lee. My point is, I think most of the original people, the original 5, joined with Xehanort because they thought he was Ansem, and everyone had such respect and such trust in Ansem the Wise. I mean, for God's sakes, his title, his moniker everyone gave him is the Wise. So they trusted him enough and were sufficiently dedicated to him that they went along with his plans, possibly without actually any hesitation, because it's Ansem asking it, right? You see where I'm going with this? Yeah, that's my theory about why Ansem was banished and why Xehanort claimed his name. It really did maneuver his plans forward quite a bit.
The real Ansem must know the imposter's true identity. That's why I've got to find him and ask him about it.
You started all of this. Because of you, Riku and Kairi. Oh, Your Majesty, do you know where Riku is?
I want to point something out here really quick. That is once again another insight into Sora's black and white mentality. All this time he has been blaming all of the events of these terrible things on Ansem. He has just learned it wasn't Ansem. It was Xehanort. He doesn't know the name yet, but he's got the identity now. So he's like, aha! And so all he does is shifts blame over. And as we've already established, even that is not necessarily true. That's still kind of a gray situation. But it again speaks to how Sora is really, really just... He's got the blinders on. He's got that black and white mentality. He needs a bad guy to blame everything on. And so now he is staring at Xehanort, basically, and saying, yes, it's all your fault now.
He's... I'm sorry. I can't help.
Really, Your Majesty? Are you sure?
I'm sorry, Sora.
You know, it wouldn't be hard for Mickey to
What
say,
about
I made a
Kairi?
promise. So no.
Organization 13 might have kidnapped her.
Oh, no! Sora, Donald, Goofy. I was planning to go get help from Ansem the Wise, but now I know I forgot the most important thing. Helping others should always come before asking others for help. We're safe and sound and free to choose. So there's no reason we shouldn't choose to help our friends.
Yeah, this counts as
Let's
in
look
the
for
music.
Riku and Kairi together.
Meanwhile...
Outside!
Sounds like we gotta start by helping out here.
So everyone ready for the Demix fight? Can I get a little Demix hype? What? I'm gonna mop the floor with him, probably. I shouldn't say that. If I say that, I will lose. Okay. Let's go. Whoops, wrong way, wrong way. Mickey could have joined us, but no. I'm also going to share not a theory, but actually a, yes, you're right, that is a Sora Donald Goody, sorry. I don't have a theory about this, but I have a, like, if I was rewriting Kingdom Hearts 2, there's one thing I would change here. And every single one of you is going to disagree with me on this, I almost guarantee it. But there's one thing about this upcoming scene that I would change. Well, you'd think he would have good hearing, though. So those are the dancer nobodies. Maybe it's just me, but I have more trouble with the dancer nobodies than most nobodies. Maybe I'm just weird. I don't know.
Sweep them away.
What are you, nuts? We're never gonna win. I don't know about you, but I'm out of here, sister.
You pathetic coward.
Well, in fairness, Shazad, the real reason for all that stuff is so that they would have a plot twist in this game. We're not there yet, Darkrai. He can travel through without issue, Cloudy Code. He has the cloak on.
Attention to Sora and his friends.
The Demix fight. Yeah, Pete was right. Once again, showing that Pete is just a little bit smarter than we give him credit for. Especially given the fact that Maleficent's casual arrogance is a little bit too responsible for a lot of crap there. Do I need to... I don't think I need to. Sorry, I'm just thinking. I've already maxed basically everything right now, so... Nobodies are stronger than Heartless. By a significant amount, actually. Damn it. Welcome to the attack you'll be seeing me use a few billion times during the Battle of the Thousand Heartless. Oh, absolutely, Darkrai. He's been her agent since the end of Birth by Sleep, so, like, we're talking 8, 9, 10 years. So, Battle of the Thousand Heartless. I really wish it was more epic. I know, I hate to complain about it, but... And it's a great technical achievement. They did some amazing stuff, programming-wise, to basically cheat the system in order to allow actually 1,000 Heartless to be rendered at one time, because there are literally 1,000 Heartless. But... it feels like it should be more impacting than it is. And it kind of gets a little boring after a bit, in my opinion.
Where's Maleficent?
Looks like she ran away.
Well, that was pretty lame of her.
Alright, you ready for one of the only times they have really good sound design and the voice acting in this entire series? It's right here.
I guess we picked the wrong side.
This.
She was supposed to be a shivering thing. You're right. I mean,
Minus 58 is special with her.
am I lame this up? So I figured she'd be okay with that. Where are the goblins without because she seemed that way. Treasureless wings or something. I thought this was
hey, if you're looking to pick sides, why don't you pick Leon's? They can always use help.
That's pretty cool. I love to, because they actually discuss something I've already shared with you there, if you pay attention to all three of their conversations. They mentioned how Maleficent seemed like she would be the kind of person to betray us, but we were willing to go along with it because she was going to give us our big chance and allow us to really break it into the big time. Little things like that help flesh them out just a tiny bit, and I like that.
Does this Leon have any treasure?
Yeah, lots of stuff.
Donald. Yes, that is Tara Strong. Tara Strong does Riku.
Oh, we're nothing worth mentioning.
Just 3 treasure fanatics.
Later, taters!
Like I said, that is the original 3 actresses there.
Did Leon really have any treasure?
In fairness, Sora didn't actually lie to them. Donald did. Congrats, Zeiss. So back to the battle! This whole sequence is pretty awesome for me. I generally enjoy this part of the game a lot. This is also usually the part of the game, in my opinion, where the game, just the general approach gets a lot better. You know, like the intro, I love the intro. All the rock system, absolutely adore it. And then the game just kind of, it's okay. And then Sephiroth shows up. And then it gets to this section and it's awesome. So, I'm sorry, I gotta share something real quick. So, I have an old friend. He's not actually one of my friends anymore. But there was someone who actually was a huge Sephiroth fanboy. And when I say fanboy, I mean, I don't actually mean literally fanboy, so I shouldn't say that. That sounds derogatory. He was just a huge fan of Sephiroth, similar to how I am. And so, all of a sudden, Sephiroth shows up in a cutscene. And his response, and I'll never forget this, because he actually stood up in his chair and was like, "Oh my god, Sephiroth is in canon now!" And I basically had the exact same response to that, because now Sephiroth is not just an optional super boss that basically has nothing to do with anything. He's actually part of the story. Now, he's a very small part of the story, but still.
Ain't Sephiroth the one who's supposed to be the dark part of Cloud's heart?
Gorsh moment.
Did Cloud tell you that?
Yes, he also has the right voice actor this time.
Then he must understand now.
Just what are you gonna do to him?
Nothing. Cloud is the one who hungers for darkness.
He said he's got a score to settle with you.
I see. He wants to meet me again.
This does not get a no music counter, because the no music works here.
Then I should give him what he wants. That last bit of light is always the hardest to snuff out.
See ya, Pandemonium. So, question for you guys. I'm going to pause for just a moment. If we assume that Sephiroth and Cloud are the Heartless and Nobody of Zack, which do you think is which? Yeah, I've noticed that too, Lava Dude. I'll talk about that at some point. Hey, actress. That's fine, Takoida. I'm almost surprised to see how many people are saying Sephiroth is the Nobody. That's my impression as well. If that theory is true, Sephiroth feels more like the Nobody, and Cloud feels far more like the Heartless. No, actress. I didn't have to do that, so you shouldn't have to either. I'd just like to say, I love this song. I have fallen to sleep to this song. This song is amazing. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're... Shoot. Okay, hang on. Hang on. I also love the design of the Cavern of Remembrance. I forgot I didn't have Drive Form yet, so I'm going to have to push it up a bit and then do it a little bit. We're going to push Drive Master Form a little bit right now, because this is a good time to talk about a couple of things. And I want to pause to talk about, basically. Final Cloud. I shake my head at you, man. There we go. So, let's talk about the first thing. Cavern of Remembrance. Is it in canon? I'm gonna go and grab the key. Well, okay, sure, whatever. Anyways, do you think the Cavern of Remembrance is actually lore? Do you think there's some lore significance to this place? Like, is it a part of lore at all, is what I'm trying to get at. I ask this because, well, I've heard fairly significant arguments in both directions as to whether or not this place is lore or is not. I apparently need more draw on. Jeez Louise. Hang on. Do I have something with draw on it? Oh, I do. Interesting reasoning, Leander. I've always personally thought that Sephiroth more felt like... Okay, I gotta be careful here for just a second. These enemies will destroy me if I actually try to fight them right now. Ugh! I'm not used to not having double dodge here. Double jump, whatever it's called. Anyways, I think the actress for Aeris in Kingdom Hearts 2 is god-awful, Cashel. As I've said many, many times. Mina Suvari is disgusting. Anyways. Actually, Samurai... Well, I'll get there. So yeah, the Cloud and Sephiroth thing. Let's keep talking about that first. I could go... Guys, I could go back to Atlantica! Don't you want to not do the Demig stuff and go do Atlantica? Doesn't that sound like fun? I'm just maxing out my farm really quick. This will not take long. Or my drive, rather. Anyways, what was I saying? Words. Okay, so, there's really, I've heard theories for both Cloud being the Heartless and Cloud being the Nobody. I'm not actually sure which one I'm fully sold on. I like the idea of Sephiroth being the Nobody, because generally Sephiroth feels like the one who has the most personality of the two, whereas Cloud feels a little bit more to me like he's just kind of going through the motions, if you follow me. Still, I'm saying that wrong. Like, he's still following his instincts. He's still just going and doing whatever it is he felt, as opposed to actually having the original personality of Zack in him. Now, of course, the original personality of Zack is clearly not in Sephiroth. Oh, Crisis Core. I don't remember how she sounded in Crisis Core. Sorry. No, we're not at that one yet, Leander. We're at Under the Sea is the next song. Told you it wouldn't take me long. But, of course, Sephiroth has none of the personality of Zack. Now, this is kind of why I bring up the fact that I don't think Sephiroth and Cloud are Heartless and Nobody. I do think there should be a parallel, a similarity between the two and Zack, absolutely. But I think it is more likely that, as Samurai just pointed out, they are basically a split being, as opposed to actually being, you know, the classical or traditional Nobodies and Heartless. All organization members are nobodies, even the one who's an artificial nobody. And the one who's a non-standard nobody. Xemnas is a... Did I just do that? Xemnas is a non-standard nobody. Xion is the artificial nobody. If that's true, Green, we'd have to establish who had the ability to do replicas back then. Since they wouldn't even design replicas for years and years later on. I think Mandy Moore did do a good job, yes. It's a pity that she probably won't be returning to do Aeris's voice ever again. Most likely, we will have Mina Suvari in the FF7 remake, and that sucks. Whatever. I don't know, Birth by Sleep is really quick if you know what you're doing, but if you don't, I admit it probably would take you some time, so about the same length, maybe a little less length than Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. Yes, Xemnas is non-standard because of Terra and Ericus. I only say it is more likely to be Mina Suvari because of the fact that it already has been her more than it's been anyone else. So that's my reasoning on that. Unfortunate though it is. I don't think I have enough time to reach the second one. I don't. Wow, I literally don't have enough time to do this. I need to level it up at least once. Well, we'll get to that pretty quickly. That's still more than anyone else, Samurai. Which is a bit of a shame, but it's true. We've had 3 voice actresses for Eris across 4 works. So during cutscene events like this are the best time to level drive forms in general. Normally, if I went back to do this, I'd have to actually hit the save point and go back out to the map in order to save my drive form. Oh, whoops! I'm sorry, I forgot about that. But in this, all I have to do to save my drive form is enter the cutscene area, which is this place. Now I still have to go to the map to restore the drive orbs, but yeah, I've done the use a cutscene moment to level a form several times. What else has she been in, Noel? Oh, she was in Dissidia. I wasn't even counting Dissidia, since it's like she has no story relevance or significance, and she's just the optional backup character. So I suppose I will allow that, since Lord knows Eris didn't have that many lines in Advent Children. Actually, it's funny, because you notice how Sora goes into Master Form, but he does not tri-wield Keyblades, even though technically he should be able to. This is another reason why I say that Sora does not actually have the ability to dual-wield because of Goofy's heart. He has the ability to dual-wield because of Roxas's/Ventus's heart. Because otherwise, logically, if he actually was combining with Goofy's heart, he should be tri-wielding. And if he combines with Goofy and Donald's heart, he should be quad-wielding. Jennifer Hale would probably be voicing Aurora and Cinderella again.
Light. Yeah.
By the way, in terms of pure cool factor, Master Form is probably my favorite. It's just got a lot of cool factor. See you around, Z1 Joker. Thank you again for the game. Oh my god, you're right, Shazad. Well, if you'll notice, the way he dual wields in Master Form, he's not actually wielding the second blade. It's basically, it's not floating there, but it's like magically connected to him rather than physically being wielded in a second hand. Similarly, Final Form, he's not wielding either blade. Both Keyblades are literally floating around him. Hey, Final Form looks really cool. Don't mistake me. But Master Form just has a really... Whoops. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Oh, crap. Has a really unique cool factor to it as well. Which I'll show off a bit when I actually use Master Form in combat later on. Like, probably my favorite spell to use in Master Form is Thunder, which just looks really, really cool. I also like the Whirlwind attack, for lack of a better word for it, that Master Form has. And in fact, Final Form has an attack I actually don't like, which is when everything's shooting straight up and down, as your Keyblades are basically machine gunning what is above and below you. I don't like that attack. Yeah, exactly, Cheese. Like I said, it would be pretty easy to do. In fact, fun fact, the code of Kingdom Hearts 2 actually supports quad-wielding Keyblades. In fact, it supports 6-wielding Keyblades. People have modded it through Tmod, in order to be able to actually do that kind of a thing, and the game has no problem handling 6 Keyblades simultaneously. I find that interesting, because it makes me wonder if perhaps they actually had some intention to do that at one point in time, and that just kind of fell through. Okay, let's try and actually make this jump this time. So the other thing I wanted to discuss is something that irritates the snot out of me. I'm curious what you guys think of this subject. Before I mean, I've already given away my opinion, so whatever. But one of the things that video games tend to do in general is they'll lock lore and story behind optional content. Oh, thanks, buddy. I'm going, jeez. Oh my god, I have Kingdom Hearts speedrunners and Twitch staff watching me? I'm not good at this game, guys, okay? I'm like passable at this game. I'm here for the story. That's what I'm good at. The story. Anyways, so locking lore and story and content behind optional stuff is, I guess, what do you think of it is really the first thing I want to say. Because it's not necessarily a bad thing on the face of it. World of Warcraft is another example of a game that does this exact same thing. In many, many cases, you have to do the hardest version of raid bosses in order to get the full extent of the story, which is canon, by the way. It's not like it's just, you know, flavor lore. It is actually part of the story. Ragnaros is gone in the story of World of Warcraft, and you only know that if you've done his heroic his heroic mode. Whoops. Right. In Kingdom Hearts, you wouldn't know the cutscene of Xemnas. You wouldn't know the super optional ending cutscenes that happen in most of the games. You wouldn't know about who the lingering sentiment was. We wouldn't have that tint about young Xehanort, etc., etc. If not for the fact that, you know, because they're locked behind the combat, and there's so many people out there who can't do those fights, and so they have to resort to YouTubing it in order to actually learn all of that stuff. So, you know, why? Why bother locking that behind that kind of a difficulty curve? And it's something that I find interesting, because in my experience, and this is just from people I know and people I've talked with over the last 30-plus years, most people who want those kind of challenging bosses and whatnot aren't as interested in the story as other people will be. Oh, speaking of which. Basically, and I'm not saying that, people who like challenging story aren't interested in the story. That's silly. What I mean, though, is, statistically speaking, someone who wants to do a super optional, wants to do it for some kind of reward that isn't story-related. He doesn't want to do it because he'll get an extra cutscene or a few extra bits of lines. He wants to do it so he'll get some kind of cosmetic award, like the crowns in Kingdom Hearts 2, or they want to do it because they want some kind of a really awesome trophy award to showcase that they pulled that off, right? Now, of course, you can argue that those things are present in the Kingdom Hearts series, so you get both the gameplay and the lore benefit for doing them. But that does not change the fact that that lore is now locked behind content that some players can't play. This goes back to the whole, the 5% mentality? AKA, only 5% of gamers will ever do the really hard stuff in a game, and therefore only 5% of the gamers will see that amount of content. So, it's in a unique situation. I don't think there's really necessarily a good or bad answer to the optional behind difficulty concept, personally. But I do think it is a little bit off. I mean, there are plenty of cases, and I have no problem admitting this, where some bits of story I've only seen it in Kingdom Hearts because I watched it on YouTube, or, in some cases even in the original Japanese, before the games were released out here, the old Final Mix versions before we got them on the PS3. So, and like I said, as ever, I'm curious of your thoughts, because it's a weird situation. And that's another thing. On the other hand, there is the feeling of you being forced to do optional content. Yeah, no kidding, Samurai. You being feeling forced to do this optional content that you may have enjoyed if it wasn't being rammed down your throat because you want to see the additional bit of story. Although, of course, the forced thing in general is actually a weird thing that I don't even want to get into right now, because it's never necessarily being forced, and what defines forced and what defines, optional content is a fairly gray area when you get down to it. Yeah, I saw the pre-rendered cutscene, so I just didn't know who Terra was. I had no context for who he was. Where are we at? How'd I get this? Why is it... Hey look, a summon I will never use. This shouldn't take too much longer. Welcome back, Brigwin. What, like just setting and background lore, Fatsqueak? I agree they should be tough, Lord of the Flame. However, if I can use a slightly different example, I think the data battles are probably one of the best way to do the lore strength thing. I know that sounds weird, but what I mean by this is, for me personally, I have always interpreted the lore strength of the characters of the organization based on their data battles, because the mentality is this, if I can go ahead and go into this for those of you who haven't heard me talk about this. The idea is not everyone plays a game for the optional bosses. Ergo, you make the overall game relatively easy compared to the optional stuff, and then you have the optional stuff over here, right? So in other words, technically, Larxene and Marluxia and all those should have been much, much stronger than they actually were, and much stronger than they're actually presented.
Let's go.
But they are presented that easy so we can go through the story, so we don't have that difficulty. And if we want to fight the true versions of them, how strong they are in lore, we can go do the data battles. Make sense? Now, of course, you're probably making fun of me right now for even saying that, especially since I've actually gone on record as saying that I enjoy the opposite of that. Final Fantasy IV on the DS, most of the bosses in that story who were very strong on in lore were also very difficult bosses in gameplay, and I love that added to the flavor of them. So it's not there's no really good answer to any of this, is really kind of the point I'm trying to make. I don't think there is one definitive way to do optional difficulty and locking content behind whatever. I don't think there's like the one true method. I'm just discussing it and curious of your guys' thoughts. Ugh, what? God damn it. Go away, new. Nobody likes you. Nobody likes you. Okay. The most grindiest game I've ever played in an RPG? EverQuest. The original EverQuest. Oh my god. Whoops, wrong thing. That game was stupidly grindy. That game may have broken me in terms of grind. That may be one of the reasons why I hate grind so much to this day. No, we're not there yet, Mandarton. Hang on, I'm gonna look something up really quick, because I don't think I feel like pushing the last one just right now. And I don't remember what you get at level 5. FF2 was nowhere near... FF2 was on a different level of grind from EverQuest. EverQuest is up here. Like I said, EverQuest is probably at least, and I mean this sincerely, half of the reason why I don't like grind anymore. Why I have such a hatred of grind in my modern gaming career or whatever. Here we go. Okay, so... what do we unlock at level 5? This is the weirdest chart ever. Oh, here we go. Just another aerial dodge, which I don't care about that much, so... we'll go ahead and move on for now. Let's go and get on to Demix, shall we? Oh, let's go save really quick. Least favorite Kingdom Hearts 2 world, Pirates of the Caribbean. Don't even have to think about that one. Dragon Quest IX was pretty grindy. I have in the past, Darkrai. It looks very weird. I still own that green shirt, actually.
We'll help. Sora, behind you.
Oh no. Dancers! Except they're actually kind of difficult. Well, they're frustrating, at least. Wait, which story am I telling, Samurai? Oh yeah, so okay, first time I ever played this game, ever. I was curb stomping this game. Now this was, you know, back when Kingdom Hearts 2 first came out on the PS2. Back in, I guess that would have been 2006? Early 2006, actually. Yes, I can pretty much pinpoint it based on what was going on in my life at the time. I was in a pretty bad way in my life in that point in time. And so I was playing Kingdom Hearts 2. And destroying it! I was just, yep, absolutely obliterating everything in the game. In fact, it was so weird. If I could describe how it felt to me as I was playing it, it felt like I was sleepwalking through the entire game. Nothing was presenting any kind of a challenge for me at all. And even to this day, I consider Kingdom Hearts 2 to be one of the easiest in the series. So, you know. So I'm just sleepwalking through this game, and I'm playing it like non-stop from the moment it came out. And, just crushing it, casually, easily. Reach Demix, and I actually had this impression at the time of disappointment, because I knew I was just gonna destroy this guy who was super cool and awesome, because I was really into the organization members even back then. So I was really disappointed that it was just gonna be a super easy boss fight. And whatever. So I just go up a Demix, and I don't try at all. I'm just doing... because I haven't been trying the whole game. And then I died. And I was like... What? What? And yeah, Demix destroyed me.
You better head over there.
So I load my save, go back to fight him, and die! And I was just like, oh my god, Demix is destroying me. I'm so confused. Why am I losing to this guy? But it wasn't, like, bad. It was awesome! It was awesome that Demix was actually a difficult fight. I was like, yes, I love this! And I really got into it. To give you an example, just for those of you who know this game, to give you an example of how bad this was, up until Demix, I had never used the recovery button. You know, how as you're being knocked back, you hit circle to flip back, or Y to do the attack flip back. Hadn't used it once. Not once the entire game. I hadn't had to. I was just crushing everything. I got to Demix fight, and that's when I first started learning to actually use that. So...
Whoa.
Whoa. Oh, that reminds me, guys. If you ever want to have fun with this game, replace Sora's voice actor with Keanu Reeves doing his best Bill and Ted Excellent Adventure voice. I'm not kidding. It fits astonishingly well if you replace him with that type of voice. By the way, this is what a wave after wave of Heartless should have looked like back in Kingdom Hearts 1. Props to them for actually showing this. Woo, dudes. I can't quite do a perfect Keanu Reeves, but yeah. It fits very, very well. I'll try and do it from now on for you guys. I'm not perfect to Keanu Reeves, but just so you get the idea, you'll see what I mean. It fits disturbingly well. Also... we're not there yet. An upcoming scene is probably one of my favorite scenes, like, in general, in the series. Still not there. This scene, right here.
Think you can handle this many?
Well, it might be tough if one more shows up.
Then that'll have to be the one I take care of.
Oh, shoot. Didn't mean to hit that, sorry.
You're fighting too?
I like that scene a lot. It is very Cloud and Squall.
Sephiroth!
I understand that you've been looking for me.
Yeah. Once I get rid of you, the darkness will go away.
Can you do it? That darkness comes from your own dark memories. Do you think you can erase your past?
Shut up!
Face it. You turn your back on the present and live in the past. Because the light of the present is too much.
You don't know me!
This entire scene is basically the main reason I hear people argue that these two are the pieces left over of Zack. And the past and the horrible thing that they're talking about is what happened to Zack off camera after Birth by Sleep. Also, that would explain, as weird as this sounds, why the Buster Sword there is wrapped up, literally showcasing the wounds the sword has. Yeah, it's just symbolic of that.
Cloud!
I know. Because I am you.
Cloud! Wait! Huh?
And of course, Tifa destroys the hell out of Heartless, because of course she does.
Leon, everybody, hang in there.
I love this. Sora has been sitting there, just standing there watching everyone fight for like 5 minutes. Yep, they're still fighting. Yep. Yep, they're fighting. Still fighting. Oh, hey, there's that Sephiroth guy. Oh, look, it looks like he found Cloud. And Tifa found Cloud, too. Great, awesome, everyone's found everyone. Yep, still fighting. Oh, we should fight too. Hey, yeah, let's go. Back to the Kingdom Key. We're gonna go ahead and put that on there. Probably Lord of the Flame. I'm just making fun. Because I like the idea of him just being like... This scene is unnecessary.
Go find Riku and Kairi.
But Leon and the others are friends too.
Don't worry, there's already lots of help here. We'll take care of this fight.
But I promised Leon.
Donald, Goofy, take Sora and get going.
I don't think that one counted, Dakota. I think that one worked.
Give me a little time, okay?
Your Majesty!
We understand. We'll go search for Riku and Kairi.
Right. Watch for danger.
You be careful too.
Wait, you guys.
This is such an unnecessary scene.
Sora, do as you're told.
And this one gets enough
You're coming with us
music.
whether you want to or not.
Come on, Sora. You gotta be good.
Actually, Cloudy Code, it wouldn't surprise me if they did do
Well,
exactly
then
that.
skedaddle.
Let's go.
Whoa!
Bye, Mickey. But then we turn around and talk to you for no reason.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty.
Hope you can forgive us.
So. This scene. This scene completely spoils something because it kind of releases it out of order. and we hear some voice acting clips. Yeah, okay, so in a minute we're going to hear Ansem referred to, they're like, Ansem, and the person who responds is Christopher Lee. And the person, they're like, oh my god, Xehanort, and the person who's speaking for Xehanort is Richard Epcar. This scene, I feel, is just a little bit out of place. And by a little bit, I mean actually significantly out of place. I like the scene overall, but like I said, when I was playing this with my friend 2 weeks ago, he picked up immediately on the fact that Xehanort was Ansem and Richard Epcar, and that Ansem the Wise is actually Diz. It gives that away right here because of the voice acting. And it actually kind of irritates me that they did this right here. So yeah, this is a final mix scene. This is Xemnas. I love the idea that every now and again Xemnas would just come here into Hollow Bastion without anyone knowing. Oh, by the way, there's the 6 names for his password. Yeah, basically Dakota. No, 2.0 isn't out until 2.8, excuse me, isn't out until an unknown point in time. We're not sure when 2.8 comes out. This is just a little bit too long without music, so I think we're going to go ahead and give the no music counter a bump there. We'll have sound in a bit, don't worry. So, this is probably my biggest point of evidence for the fact that Xemnas is insane. Because he's unstable, if nothing else. Because of the fact that he is at least part Terra. At least part. I would argue all of Terra is in Xemnas. I'm about to give this another no music counter if they don't start doing the voice acting business in a sec here. Yes, Xemnas does remember Aqua and Ventus, clearly and distinctly. One thing that makes me wonder is who's talking back? Who's responding? I do have a theory for that, though. Yeah, we're giving another no music counter. This is a little ridiculous. Honestly, I would argue it is more Terra than Xehanort, and I mean that sincerely.
Master Ansem,
oh, finally.
Regarding the experiment I presented the other day, with your permission, I'd like to proceed.
I forbid it. Forget this talk of doors and the heart of all worlds.
So first of all, we'll actually see the cutscene with those voice acting in a little bit. But second of all, that's what I mean. He clearly says, that's clearly Richard Epcar. His voice is quite distinct. Saying, Master Ansem. And the person who responds is absolutely distinctly Christopher Lee. So, bam, immediately spoiled there.
That place must not be defiled.
But Master Ansem, I've been thinking...
Xehanort. Those thoughts are best forgotten.
And of course, Ansem calls Richard Epcar Xehanort, giving that away. Bingo, Leander. That's exactly my theory. This is my theory is that when he's talking, obviously he's talking to Aqua, but it's just Aqua's armor. There's nothing really in that, unless we have another Ventus armor situation, which I don't want to get into right here. That's a dream drop distance thing. But the idea here is that he is actually speaking to himself. Terra is speaking to Xehanort, or possibly Ericus.
It has been far too long, friend.
And yeah, Aqua's armor there. And her Keyblade. Also, the design for that area is fascinating to me. Clearly a prison, if you notice. It makes me wonder if it was used for some other purpose, but why a prison? Why keep Aqua's armor there? And then there's this scene. This is a great scene. This is Xigbar being Xigbar right here. Oh, by the way, both of these events happened in the past. These are effectively flashbacks here. Also, you get an idea of how ridiculously, massively huge the castle that never was in this exact area. It is gargantuan, and I love it. We'll be seeing more of that in the future, too.
Xexian! Xexian!
Right here. What is it?
Where is Lord Xemnas?
That's been my assumption as well,
His
Luxia and
usual
Lord of
spot.
Flame.
The Chamber of Repose?
Yes. Go and see for yourself.
That isn't funny! I suppose I have no choice but to wait. But the clock is ticking. Time is running out. What to do? Why is he never around when I need him? It's almost as if he knows I'm looking for him.
You know, I don't like that place either. What about you, Xexian? What do you think?
Notice he has his hood up because he hasn't been
I think
revealed yet.
eavesdropping is intrusive. Why are you even here? You and Zaldin were tasked to recruit new members. Have you forgotten, or were you procrastinating?
That could be Leander.
I'm doing my job. I'll have you know, I found one just yesterday. Mar something. That puts the organization's count at 11. And since I've been working so hard, I had Lexius take my place for the day. I want to rest up for tomorrow, so I can wake up feeling nice and refreshed.
Is that so? Well then, I will leave you to it. I have work to catch up on. Good day.
Oh, don't be like that. Come on, stay and talk. Isn't it time you told me about Xemnas' secret? How long ago was it? When a bunch of warriors wielding key-shaped swords appeared and unleashed a spectacular battle.
You should know you were there.
And when it was all over, all that was left was a man lying unconscious without his memories. Xemnas, Xehanort, was found by Ansem right around then, wasn't he?
Your point?
The Chamber of Repose. If you recall, that's where we spent our time researching the darkness that resides within people's hearts.
This line here is most likely the significant point for how, or I should say why, what the purpose is of that horrible prison-looking place. AKA, they were actually imprisoning people there and forcing them to have their hearts collapse. I want you to picture that for a moment. You're in a very tiny cell, barred in, while people are watching you and taking notes, while you're being subjected to slowly increasing amounts of darkness to crush your heart. Doesn't that sound fun?
It's a graveyard that was sealed by order of Ansem the Wise. The first thing Xemnas did once he got rid of him was to undo the seal and build a room in the back. Ever since then, he holds himself up in that room when he can, and he talks to someone. But who? For all I know, he's the only one in that room.
Considering that Xigbar knows way more than he lets on, I'm pretty sure he is literally just saying all this. He's doing the see what you know kind of a thing, which I think someone in chat mentioned as well. Trying to gauge what Xexion is aware of as far as things that are actually going on. Considering we know that in lore, Xemnas actually ended up going after Xexion because Xexion knew too much and trying to get rid of that lexicon of his. This actually makes a decent amount of sense to me.
Need I repeat myself about eavesdropping?
Not eavesdropping. Couldn't hear what they were saying. Dying to find out what it was, though. You wouldn't know anything about it, would you?
I know I would very much like to focus on my own duties. As you should with yours. For we need to prepare the new facility immediately. But there are only 11 of us in the organization. We're going to need a few more hands on deck.
What new facility? Oh, you mean Castle Oblivion. What does Xemnas plan on doing with that place, anyway?
He already shared his intentions with us.
But did you know there's something he didn't share? The Chamber of Repose is part of a pair. The Chamber of Waking is the other. Another graveyard, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, no
It was
kidding.
constructed by someone other than Xemnas himself.
Aqua.
And that's where he'll find it. That's where he'll find his other friend.
Yeah, Xigbar is very good at obfuscating stupidity. He really portrays himself as someone you just shouldn't pay attention to everyone. He just does it in a different way based on who he's doing it to. He does it to Xehanort, too, if you pay attention. It's one of the reasons I think that Xigbar is playing a longer game that involves even Xehanort. Yes and no, Green. I think there's a slightly different situation going on there. Probably yes, Shadow. Demix!
Hey, you guys are looking lively.
Scrub!
Didn't we catch you messing around in the underworld? How'd a wimp like you get into Organization 13? I bet you can't even fight.
Sora's a dick.
But we can.
You shouldn't judge anyone by appearance.
Too true.
Oh, I told them they were sending the wrong guy.
Who is this kook?
Remember, the organization's made up of nobodies.
Right. No hearts.
Oh, we do too have hearts. Don't be mad.
You can't trick us.
And notice it's not until he's accused of that.
Silence, traitor.
That's when Demix actually gets pissed off enough to actually do something. And this is one of my favorite songs in the entire series. And yeah, that does count as a Sora is dumb. Of course it does. Only one, though. I was surprised. I thought that'd be more.
Dance, water, dance!
Yeah, Demix doesn't want to fight. Demix actually got along pretty well with Roxas in 358. Shoot. I need to speed this up. Screw that up there. Actually meant to do Master. I knew that was going to happen, too. This might actually be bad. Yeah, he can't do recoveries well in this form either, so he can... Oh, apparently you can. I was just hitting the wrong button. Never mind. I got this. So, in addition to the Dance Water Dance attack, which is awesome, he has the ability to juggle you very well, which is actually what killed me the first time I fought him. Ugh. Come on. Yeah, you literally just lose. The lore implication I've always gotten is he literally drowns you to death. It's a bit of a shame, because I've always said that Demix is actually a lot stronger than he really presents himself for the most part. Yeah, no kidding, Leander. Holy crap. He might have actually got me there. Yes, that is our second anti-form. I don't like this stuff. The data version of this is insane.
Oh, no way!
Sorry, Demix.
Anyone from the organization who'd like to be next?
Sora's dumb.
Yeah, we gotta go help our friends out first.
Oh, sorry.
Then let's go.
I agree with that, actually, Dakota.
Aha! There you are.
I want you guys to understand something, by the way. I'm going to add a second Sora's dumb here, but I want to explain this. Because it is understandable. Sora just murdered someone. He did. Remember, an original person, when they split into a heartless and a nobody, everything that is the original person goes forward into the nobody. For all intents and purposes, Axel is Lee. He's just the new Lee, the second Lee. And for all intents and purposes, every single one of these nobodies who actually has the ability to think and reason and otherwise be for themselves is a person that he has just killed. And that's bad enough by itself. The fact that he is so callous about it, that at no point in time does it occur to him that he's done anything other than knock off another monster, another bad guy who doesn't deserve to be taken into consideration, is part of what just pisses me off, even if I understand it, about Sora's presentation in Kingdom Hearts 2. I mean, and as Lord of the Flame points out, and this is something I mentioned earlier, he's still got pieces of Roxas in him, but not actually not completely with him. So he's still got the rage against the organization that Roxas does have, on top of the misinformation from Yedzid, on top of the bigotry that's inherent to his narrow viewpoint. And yeah, in Dream Drop Distance, he realizes the reality of what he's been doing. And it's almost a shame, I've said this before, in Dream Drop Distance, Sora really has his first grow-up moment, basically at the end of Dream Drop Distance. And we don't really see much of him after that. Not really. But when he hits that, when he gets hit with that in the face, it hits him hard. His heart literally collapses as a result of that realization, because he crumbles under the knowledge of what he's been doing and how the reality of what this entire situation always has been. Mickey is evil face.
You sure have lots of friends to help. So, I guess we better all pull together and finish this battle for good.
Yes, Your Majesty!
Exactly, Takoida. Okay. This scene's dumb. I'm just saying it. Not the scene that we just saw. The scene that we're about to see. You guys know what scene I'm talking about. This scene's dumb. It serves no freaking purpose. If I was in charge, if I was actually rewriting the Kingdom Hearts series, I would have made this stick. I'm serious. I would have had Goofy actually die here and not come back. And have that really be the tilt. I mean, this is the halfway point of Kingdom Hearts 2. This is the point at which things start to become more serious and we realize the scope and scale of what's going on. And where Sora starts to realize how wrong he's been. Just the beginnings of it, but he does start to realize that for the second half of this game. Have that really be added by the constant background noise of the knowledge that Goofy died. And Goofy died saving Mickey. I am a huge Goofy fan, by the way. No one would take his place, Paradox. Gameplay-wise, we don't need a third character. He doesn't actually need Goofy to turn into Valor form in lore. Oh, they never would have done that, Progressive.
Goofy?
But have this be a turning point for Mickey as well.
This is not happening. It can't be happening.
It isn't happening, Sora. He's fine.
They'll pay for this.
I'm not sure I agree with that, Sigma. Well, they could have done the death a little bit better, but still. Why not have... Well, there's other ways you could have done that, I'll just say it that way. I will agree that if you don't want to kill Goofy, go ahead and have him be taken out of commission for a significant period of time. You know, have him be of a... so you have to do several worlds or finish up several things or something in order to actually bring him back. You know, have him enough time to recover, basically, so he's with you for the finale. And yeah, Mickey sheds the robes. This whole scene feels a lot more serious than it is, because Goofy's fine! I mean, there's actually some really cool stuff in this scene. The music is a great choice. Sora's rage is awesome. Mickey's rage is awesome. It's got all the pieces there for this kind of a scene to happen. It's just, Goofy's fine. Actually, for the rest of the game, I kind of like that too, Dakota. One way or another, just have... My point overall isn't just the death. Have it have some permanence. Have it mean something. This doesn't actually mean anything. It's just, oh, and Goofy's, like, knocked unconscious for, like, a couple minutes. By the way, this section's actually really cool, as we help the various Final Fantasy characters fight our way through wave after wave of Heartless. This is how you do a gauntlet. You remember how in Kingdom Hearts 1 they failed several times to have a gauntlet be anything other than boring? This is a good way to do these gauntlet sections, and have it have more significance, and have it feel a lot more cool and fun. Which is funny, because we're about to do the Battle of 1000 Heartless, which is the exact opposite of cool and fun. Now, it's actually funny you mentioned that. I've heard that theory as well. Or not theory, but that idea. Why not have it so that Goofy actually does die in the same way that Scar did? And have him the only way he could go on. Like make it a choice. Make Mickey and Donald and Sora, and they're there, and, oh my god, what do we do? What do we do? And have someone postulate the idea, we could take out his heart. We could remove his heart, and if we do that, then he'll survive, because he'll have a nobody and he'll have his Heartless. And have this be the moment where we start to humanize the nobodies a little bit for Sora. I mean, we've already had plenty of humanization of the nobodies, but have it be there for Sora as he interacts with Goofy, and have Goofy be the same old Goofy. Because again, it's the original person in every in the personality and mindset way. The only difference is he has a different, or an absence of a heart. And Goofy interacting with Sora and Donald all the time, and Mickey all the time, would have made Goofy still Goofy. And that would have really sold the point, and have Sora more and more question whether or not he's right about the organization the whole way through. I mean, you could have done so much with that. Tifa is, as usual, a badass. I've been biting my tongue on something with Tifa for a while now. I'm debating if I should even bring it up, because it would violate my own rule. Well, of course, exactly, Mandartin. He would develop a new heart at some point, and become, you know, the new Goofy, basically. Oops, didn't hit the button in time. Now, obviously, for those of you who haven't seen this game, you know exactly what, you know, I've pretty much given away what's going to happen. In a few minutes, Goofy's going to be like, hey, what's up, guys? And everything's totally fine. And it's like, what? It destroys so much of the impact of these scenes. Alright, here's the controversy. For those of you not aware, there's a petition and a movement going on right now to reduce the size of Tifa's chest in the FF7 remake. I am avidly against that, but probably not for the reasons you're thinking. It boils down to the fact that Tifa is an awesome character. I'm sorry, she is. She is probably one of my favorite characters in FF7. She gets the second most amount of character development in FF7, and that's only behind Cloud himself. She is integral to the plot. She is an incredible character, badass, you know, she's basically an awesome character in every way. Gameplay and story. If we are actually at the point now where we have to say her chest size needs to be smaller, like if there's something wrong with that, then we are officially saying that that is something that other women in real life shouldn't look up to or aspire to, or, I'm using the wrong words, it should be ashamed of. Because now this is me personally, but I've known a lot of women in real life who actually are very large-chested. Should they be ashamed of that? Should they be like, oh, we need to get these reduced so we don't look like we're some kind of a sex object? No, that's stupid! If they want to reduce themselves, that's fine. That's their personal preference. If they want to make themselves have larger breasts, that's fine. That's their preference. There shouldn't be any shame or anything regarding that. Tifa is not her chest size. Tifa is Tifa. And that's my thoughts on that in a nutshell. Sorry, I just... that's been in my mind a few times every time I keep seeing Tifa there. Hello, Sayla. Sorry, Sayla, you caught me at a weird moment.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, but...
Goofy.
Holy fellas!
Hey, fellas!
Oh, sorry, hey, fellas.
Goofy!
You know, that really hurt.
Aw, Goofy.
Of course, Your Majesty. I get bumped on the head all the time.
Oh, shush, Green.
Wow, that hurt too.
Don't you ever do that again.
Do what? Save Mickey? Except, as we've already established, Mickey would probably have been fine too, so whatever. Yay, cure. Must get rid of the new. Must get rid of the new. And we'll leave the journal. We're just ignoring the journal. Screw that mess. Now, I gotta be honest. Okay, you know what? No. Question time. How many of you guys genuinely thought the Goofy being hurt was going to stick when you first played this game for the very first time? You'll notice I am not raising my hand. I'm not sure Arsh needs to be president. Wait, what? Oh, whatever. I admit I was shocked they did show that. That is a bit going far for Disney. They're not usually okay with letting their beloved characters get creamed like that. Alright, I think I've got enough battery to get off the cable now. Thousands of heartless. And now for the big name drop. This is the first time his name is said in the entire series, by the way. Excuse me, second time because of Final Mix. Forgot about that.
You mean it's his nobody?
By the way, Xemnas also does not have the Xehanort eyes, if you pay attention. He has the distorted eyes. Darkness, but not consumed by it. I just point that out because that's a tiny hint, but also another hint, in my opinion, that he is not just Xehanort. In fact, as I've said, I don't think he's even primarily Xehanort.
Leader of Organization 13.
That's easy, Nicholas. That should be default.
Wait a minute. Now I know.
So now we're going to see the scene we heard earlier, which is why I say this reveal was out of place in that
Wise
earlier
Ansem,
scene.
I'm here to seek your advice.
What kind of ice cream flavor is the best? In case you just thought this whole situation wasn't creepy enough, he just has hearts in tanks. This is Ansem the Wise, who has hearts in tanks. And yes, I am Darkrai. We're going to add in no music for this.
I'm glad we have the opportunity to speak like this, my friend. I'm intrigued by your hypothesis, and I'm finding it difficult to stave off the urge to test it. Still, I'm concerned about the stability of the world.
I feel like pointing out that there's two possibilities for what we just saw. You notice Ansem the Wise's eyes are already the deeper orange. Option number one, he's already started to give into the darkness thanks to everything he's been doing. I mean, experimenting with people's hearts, that's kind of eh. Option two, it's a fluke. They screwed up and didn't give him a different eye color for this one scene.
Yep. That's what worries me too.
The doors that appeared, the place the heartless seek. I fear my research may have brought this upon us.
This is Richard Epcar. That's Christopher Lee.
Master Ansem, regarding the experiment I presented the other day, with your permission, I'd like to proceed.
I forbid it! Forget this talk of doors and the heart of all worlds. That place must not be defiled.
But Master Ansem, I've been thinking...
Xehanort, those thoughts are best forgotten.
That's my point, Takoda. He's been exposed to it at this point. Notice his eyes are not yellow. In other words, that is clearly Xehanort at that point.
Now I remember. Xehanort, Ansem's apprentice. The leader of Organization 13 is Xehanort's nobody.
Let's go!
Yeah, you can see the pre-rendering there. I wish we'd actually get to fight all of that.
Move it!
Not the 1,000, just all of it.
Right.
Ah, this should have been such an awesome scene. And it isn't. Oh, the song is great. Honestly, I think that is correct, Bragon. A lot of people deferred to Ansem the Wise. Even Yensid deferred to Ansem the Wise. So, Battle of the Thousand Borings. I have thought several times about what you could do to make this more interesting, more engaging. The fact that we're actually fighting 1,000 Heartless is kind of cool, but, I mean, we need massive clearing attacks to do it, which means basically just constantly grabbing this and mashing triangle. In fact, I'm just going to do this entire battle mashing triangle. I guess we'll... fine, limit form. Whoa! Whoa there! Sonic Rave, I guess? Not that I need to level it. Yeah, if they had brought out all the other Heartless, I think that would have been one thing that would have helped. If they had given us lots of, like, unlimited form, that would have been really cool. Or maybe, like, some kind of massive, awesome attack that we could do that doesn't involve just mashing triangle. You know, something. Give us something other than mashing triangle, which is what I'm doing. Now, granted, I have played this game many times, so I'm a little dulled by this fight by now. But having played this game many times, I can tell you, it just kind of loses a lot of the appeal for it very quickly. I would argue that this is boring by Dynasty Warrior standards, personally. Then again, I am biased, since I really like Sengoku Basara. Drakengard, this is a very Drakengard fight, I'll agree with that. I'm literally just hitting triangle, that's all I'm doing. So you can see on display here the trick I mentioned earlier. 1,000 Heartless are actually rendered here right now. But only about, I think it's like 30 of them or so, are actually have AI scripts attached to them at any given point in time. So, you know, they have an easier time of actually dealing with the processing problems of making this work. The reason Xehanort's nobody's name is Xemnas is because he didn't become a nobody until after he had already taken Ansem's name. And as I already discussed, I feel like him taking Ansem's name was not just something he did as a lie, but as actually significance to it. So... Oh god, I can't even imagine speedrunning through this section. Oh, thank you. You know what? I just thought of something. So let's say Goofy really is either dead or disabled or otherwise very seriously injured. So in other words, everything I was talking about earlier with regards to the Goofy scene. So Sora is more angry here than he's basically ever allowed himself to be at this point in time. And have this be a scene where he suddenly pulls out, just for this one battle, Oathkeeper and Oblivion, and just starts wrecking face as Roxas. It's still Sora, but he has all of Roxas's abilities during the Roxas fight. The massive, incredibly, huge Doom attacks. I don't know what they're called, but, the big old white, light-based attacks that Roxas uses in the fight against him at his data battle. Tell me that wouldn't have been cool. And story and lore significant. So that would have smoothed out this scene gameplay-wise and still been relevant to the plot. Yeah, the pillars that he does, the really, really, really big AoE he does with both blades, all of that stuff. Give us all of those abilities just for this one scene. Actually, I have Final Cloud, but they're very long, and I don't have time to speedrun the games I'm actually good at right now, so... If they pulled that kind of a twist, Bay, that would be hilarious. Since so many of us would love to see this. Now this is when it gets bad for me. When it gets to there's like 12 left, and it's like I have to actually go and kill these ones normally. It's like, oh my god, where's the last guy? There he is. One Heartless left, guys. We can do this.
Let's go. Let's go.
There. I wanted the cool pose. Well, time is the big problem, Samurai. I haven't played Super Metroid since whenever the last time I streamed it was, to give you an idea. I just have not had time. I may actually have to give up speedrunning, because I just don't have the time to devote to it that I want to. I've already given up writing and music. Speedrunning was my last hobby.
Where's the king? Come on!
Limit form is just basically him reconnecting with the powers he used in the past. That's it. You could argue it's him connecting with Riku specifically, but it's more likely it's him connecting with Kairi.
Your Majesty!
Xehanort!
How long has it been since I abandoned that name?
Out with it, nobody! Where's Kairi? Where's Riku?
It's a subtle touch, but I just feel like pointing out the bigotry again. He doesn't call him Xemnas. He doesn't call him Xehanort. He doesn't call him anything else. He says, out with it, nobody. This is important. Forgive me for talking about this really quickly here. When we attach a label to someone, we dehumanize them. It's actually not only a defensive mechanism, but something some people do either deliberately or accidentally. In other words, it is easier to hate or be angry at or be upset at or violent towards someone who is not a person. It is much, much easier to do it if they're not a person, if all you see is a label. So when you call someone, a derogatory term like that, yeah, he is effectively using a racial slur here for all intents and purposes. He is using this term so that he is dehumanizing the person that is Xemnas. Now, I know we're talking about Xemnas here, who's pretty much a bastard, no matter how you look at it, but that does not excuse Sora's behavior, especially since he doesn't know this. So I just felt like pointing out once again Sora's continued... yeah.
I know nothing of any Kairi. As for Riku...
Probably the former Titans.
Perhaps you should ask your king.
Stop!
Like I said, Leander.
He's gone.
The power of names. What's funny is Sora's all upset here. He's about to get some really bad news, though. Like, really bad news. At least he understands the severity of the bad news that he's about to get.
What's going on?
Way to fall right into their trap.
Axel! Look, I like that. It's a nobody, therefore I must kill him. Just immediate.
It's a setup by Organization 13. Xemnas is using you to destroy the Heartless. That's his big master plan.
Xemnas?
The guy you just saw. He's their leader.
Notice how he specifically identifies him as their leader. We actually had a pretty good idea that Axel was no longer working with the organization as of the previous scene in Twilight Town, but he is definitely no longer working with the organization as of this scene. He has officially jumped ship and gone AWOL.
EMNAS.
Organization 13 wants to get rid of the Heartless?
Man, you're slow. Every Heartless slain with that Keyblade releases a captive heart.
That's true, Lord of the Flame.
That is what the organization is after.
So what are those guys gonna do with the hearts?
I'm not telling.
Tell us!
You're the one who kidnapped Kairi.
Bingo. The name's Axel.
Now he knows.
Got it memorized.
Where is Kairi?
Look how he actually looks.
Please, just tell me.
Yeah.
Look, about Kairi, I'm sorry.
Axel.
Alright, so I love this scene, but there are two really big flaws with this scene. First is the repetition, which we'll get to later, because it's like at the end of the scene. Second, pay attention to Sayx's face. Sayx's face while he's a mesh is perfect. Sayx's face when he's a texture is incredibly terrible. And it is such a stark difference going back and forth between texture and mesh, which he'll be doing throughout this scene. This is probably the most obvious scene that has that, and it just drives me crazy.
We'll ensure he receives the maximum punishment.
Also, clearly yellow eyes there. Xehanort eyes.
I don't care about any of that. Just let me into the realm of darkness, okay?
If it's Kairi you're worried about, don't. We're taking very good care of her.
Take me to her.
Welcome back, Rusty Steiner.
Is she that important?
Look at the face. That's the texture face.
More than anything.
Show me how important.
So I've heard a comment said about this scene, and I quote, "If I didn't know enough about Japanese customs, this scene might seem weird to me. But what Sora's doing there in Japanese culture is huge. That is such a scene of total subservience and willingness to debase yourselves for a purpose. This is a big deal." And I just mentioned it because I know a lot of my state's viewers and friends have never actually picked up on the significance of the fact that Sora was willing to make this gesture to Sayx. It shows how much Kairi really does mean to him in a very literal way, a way we've never actually really seen before.
Please.
So you really do care for her. In that case, the answer's no.
And this has more impact as a result of that as well.
Rotten.
Are you angry? Do you hate me? Then take that rage and direct it at the Heartless.
God, that face.
Pitiful Heartless, mindlessly collecting hearts. And yet, they know not the true power of what they hold. The rage of the Keyblade releases those hearts. They gather in darkness, masterless and free, until they weave together to make Kingdom Hearts. And when that time comes, we can truly, finally exist.
What in the world do you think you're prattling on about?
Oh, shut up, Maleficent.
Kingdom Hearts belongs to me.
More or less Mophimus.
The heart of all kingdoms. The heart of all that lives.
Just after.
A dominion fit to be called Kingdom Hearts must be my dominion.
Maleficent, no! No more Heartless!
I do not take orders from you.
Oh no. 5 Heartless. I am such a geek. I learned to snap my fingers like he does there. It's actually harder than my normal, because this is what I do for my normal. But to do his thing, you have to do this. Which I actually learned how to do just because he does it. Yes, I'm a geek. What do you want from me?
While I keep these creatures at bay, you devise a way to vanquish them forever.
Maleficent.
So, on the one hand, this is a cool scene. Maleficent...
Do not misunderstand me. I shall have my revenge on you yet.
This is just a little bit of humanizing Maleficent. Awesome.
Please,
Except
no.
they don't run!
Don't take orders from you.
So, I'm sorry, this actually qualifies as a Sora is dumb.
What about...
Sora refuses to run away. Maleficent's sacrifice was literally for nothing.
Where did we leave off?
Literally for nothing. It was as if she didn't do anything.
Which side are you guys on, anyway?
The Heartless ally with
Oh,
whoever's
the
the
face.
strongest.
So this is the first time we see those hearts up close. I mentioned how there's animation is there every single Heartless in the game, but we really see it up close there.
Extract more hearts.
So why does Saïx tell him all of this? Well, first of all, Sora is basically in a no-win scenario here. He has 2 options, really. He can go forth and kill all these Heartless in order to help organization's plans, or he can refuse to, except the organization is actively seeding all the worlds with tons and tons of Heartless, so all the worlds are getting completely screwed up. His friends and family, the people he cares about, are all getting ruined or wrecked or killed because he's doing nothing. So what do? Saïx tells him the truth because it doesn't matter. Sora doesn't have a choice, and he knows that. And yes, Saïx is definitely... He's got a bit of a sadistic side. He's also got an extremely uncaring side to him. And, yeah, so... He wanted Sora to know he had no choice in this one. To know that he was helping them with their plans.
No. The hearts.
Celestial, I'm pretty sure that's just a graphics thing, unfortunately. Because it is made very clear
Maybe it was all for nothing.
that it's only the Heartless slain by Keyblades that release the hearts. This is true in every game, not just this one.
You can't be trusted to do anything.
It's a bit of a shame. I would have liked it if they actually had made a separate death animation for the Heartless slain by people without using a Keyblade. That would have been a nice touch. But I can see why they wouldn't do that. That's true in 358 as well, like I said. And, yeah. It could be that it's just the fact that only the hearts that are killed by the Keyblade are... This makes no sense.
Sora! Donald! Goofy! Relax. Those 3 aren't going down that easily.
Sora, Donald, Goofy.
The Keyblade's chosen one. He's a lucky kid.
I don't know if I agree with that statement. Anyways, it is possible that the heart-releasing animation we see is not actually the heart releasing, it's the heart being broken free. Because they say what happens when a Heartless is defeated by something other than the Keyblade. The heart goes free, and then immediately gets reclaimed by darkness, like a couple minutes later, and then turns back into a Heartless. So it could be that's what we're seeing. You know, the heart being released by any Heartless being destroyed, if you follow. Now, Heartless can only be defeated permanently by a Keyblade.
Sora knows the truth now. The more Heartless that he defeats, the closer he is to becoming our perfect puppet. This new knowledge will make him that much harder to control.
I don't know if I agree with that.
What does it matter, really? Whatever his circumstances, Sora has never been able to help himself from saving people from the Heartless. It's what his pure little heart wants.
And you would know, since you've actually interacted with Ventus more than once.
There. The dice have been cast. Things are in motion. He can't stop this.
Nothing is set in stone. If the dice aren't in your favor, it will share Demyx's fate.
The fun is in not knowing, isn't it? What is the point of betting on something if you already know the outcome?
Are you sure that defeating him won't derail the organization's plan?
If he is to die so easily, he is of no use to us.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear. It's not in my nature to hold back.
No, it isn't, you bastard. Oh my god, the fight against Zaldin. Oh my god. I'm gonna make it a point not to spam triangle in the fight against Zaldin. In my opinion, it makes his fight trivial. At least the non-data version.
I guess sometimes help comes from unexpected places.
Sure does.
Whoever does Zaldin does a great job of differentiating his character from the others, I think. And I really like his voice actor. It's a shame he's not in more things. So, remember I mentioned the other problem with that scene? This is the other problem with that scene. Repetition.
Maybe everything we've done, maybe it was all for nothing.
This just happened. This just
What am I
happened.
supposed to do if I can't use the
This is a
Keyblade?
flashback of something from 2 minutes ago.
You can't be trusted to do anything.
Huh?
I've already given my theory for that, Samurai. AKA Zigbar is obfuscating again. So Maleficent helps the only way she knows how to, by absorbing Sora into darkness, aka the corridors. Now, Maleficent has her own methods of enduring and surviving the corridors of darkness. It's how she teleports between worlds. Sora has none of those methods at his disposal here.
What's this place?
It must be the realm of darkness.
That's... I've already explained that's not true.
Kairi! Riku!
Okay, Sora is dumb for thinking Kairi and Riku are here. Now, ironically, Riku is here! But, yeah.
Are you sure you want to open that?
I mean, why couldn't they just shown this the first time? There's no need for the repeat.
Gorge! It's the gang from Twilight Town. There's Hayner, Pence, Olette, and,
Roxas.
No. The name just popped into my head. This is Roxas.
I like how Donald just
you
casually
sure
eats
you
it.
want to eat that?
Salty? No. Sweet.
I still haven't had sea salt ice cream. Someday, when I conquer the world, I will have sea salt ice cream. This gets a no music, as all of these animations get a no music. By the way, this is probably the most worthless of these cutscenes ever. Remember, every time this happens, it's a new corridor for us to travel through, opening up between the worlds, right? Now, I get what the idea here is. We're opening a corridor to get out of this place to get back to the gummy ship. But we don't unlock anything new with this, and they use the exact same animation as all the other ones, so... Really? Wait a minute. This isn't Sea Salt Ice Cream Night Forager! It's Canada Dry!
I gotta look for Kairi.
Ice cream. And a picture. Oh my god, pop. My knee will not pop. Oh, okay, I'm gonna stop trying. Ah.
A photo and some ice cream. Wonder if there's some sort of clue. And who would have left them for us anyway?
Why, Samurai?
Riku?
You think?
Just this feeling I got.
Yeah! Well, almost, yeah!
Hey, what if the Heartless are back again? I can't use the Keyblade. That would only help the organization.
But Sora, I think you have to use it. If we don't fight them, the Heartless will keep on hurting folks.
So what you're saying is I should go fight Xaldin right now. But first, a lunch break. I'll be back in a few, guys. And then Xaldin. I'm actually lying. We're actually not going to be doing Xaldin first. I just realized I'm lying. We're going to be doing one other thing first.